dead. There we go. Now he's dead. Yes! Okay. Woo! Yeah, I've always had problems with like outside shit because I'm Canadian and American banks can't work in Canada, and there's like some off fucking bullshit between certain credit unions and like online payments and like dealing with American companies and shit like that. So I feel ya. I feel ya, bro. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And it was like, where's your optimization? I'm like, fuck off, man. Seriously? I just want to play the game. You should have like 4 or 5 places to jump. Mounts seem a little weak. And you don't have earplugs anymore. Like, not having earplugs is brutal. Ooh, nice. Can I get another one? Yes! Oh, happy. If only you knew. That one's new! That one's new! That's great! Here we go. But, as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I am gonna say, I don't know if this is just because I don't have, like, skills or anything, but the weapons just feel like... This feels like PoE 2 to PoE 1, where, like, Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter World are, like, super fast-paced, like, super fast attacks, like, get out of the way, and this feels more deterministic. Aw, they fixed the stamina exploit! In Worlds, if you're moving while you're holding down guard, you actually get your stamina back. So you can infinitely guard as long as you're moving forward. I can fight a Rathian because I know Rathian like the back of my fucking hand. So the difference between a monster that I know how to fight and a monster that I don't know how to fight. What it'll do. Hey, Turf War! Here we go. Wait, I could do sneak attack. Sneak attack. Sneak, sneak, sneak. No, I can't do it. Damn it. I gotta get used to being able to use sneak attack. Looks angry. You know who's angry? I'm fucking angry. No, I'm actually having a fucking blast. You get it? Blast?
Telling me used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
Oh, you tried so hard. I'm sorry, Happy, but that was too funny. You fucking whiffed it. As always, thank you so much for watching, everyone. We had a blast today. Finally got, I guess this is the end of the beginning, or the beginning of the end, but either way. As always,
Yes, I'll say it.
you can't
Her
say
three-pack
fuck
a
you to
day
your friends.
voice.
Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Ooh. We're like one frame away from getting it off, but we can't freaking get the goddamn ability off. Hell yeah, I know how to fucking kick him right in the balls. Right in the dick! Okay, now we know how to charge it. Alright. Oh man, we didn't get the mount. That sucks. What the fuck? It's got like a... This is like a fucking Elden Ring boss. This is insane. Ooh, the damage is real. Damn, I shouldn't have done that because I wasn't powered up. But he's dead either way. Fuck it. GG. At least I fought it with the switch axe in the beta, so I'm kind of used to fighting it with the switch axe. Take that as a W. Yo, bro, I'm winning. Welcome, welcome, Valium boy. We just fucking rocked. Wait, did you just did you just do what I think you did, Valium boy? Wait, did you jump onto Twitch to ban that guy who just hooded the bot? You fucking tried! You fucking tried! Oh my god! 1% to 148. Yeah, fucking the turnaround. Oh shit! I'm gonna die. As always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Happy, were you flirting with that cat? New game plus thing, or like high rank thing, but Slay 10 high rank Balakchi! They are high rank. It's a mystery how they got it. Oh well, I know that they're high rank, which means maybe I need to actually be killing low rank. Yes! Okay, well we got it. See, I was just in high rank and I should have been in low rank. Is this one right? Yeah. That looks badass. We're going to smash this chicken. What you mean by that? I have a hammer! Ooh, the spin to win, the spin to win, the spin to win! He's down! Yo, 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 boys, how's it going? We back! And, whew, today was a fucking day, guys. Holy shit. We got some story for fucking today, that's for sure. But anyways, welcome, welcome. We are doing Subtext today. Wasn't sure what else to do. There's a couple of other choices, but nah, Subtext seemed like the easiest one to do. Cause I'm not sure about today, guys. I'm fucking tired. So we'll see. We'll see how the day goes. But so I guess I might as well just do this. Hold on here a second. Get this shit. Cause I'm retarded and I forgot to fucking do this. Cause I always forget something. Fucking all my plans and everything, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Durr. My bad. What was I supposed to be doing again? Okay. Here. Here. Okay. This one. Let's see. Let's grab. This? Sure. Let's do that. And that. Okay, let's open this shit up. Where are we? New phone files. There. Oh, can I do both? Or can I only do one? Okay, maybe I need to... No, wait, actually, let's see if we can edit this one. Edit. Okay, let's just go back. Let's just exit that, and let's just take this. And, no, we want paint. Just to make it, like, somewhat more fucking obvious. Red. There. So, let's save this. That. Now let's upload this. So, yeah, we had a fucking runner today, boys. Oh my god. Today was a fucking day for the ages. So, you could probably guess what the fuck is going on here. But let's just start at the goddamn beginning, because today was a day. Oh, and we also, it arrived. I totally fucking got that we goddamn bought this. This is the Hatsune Miku outfit. So, yeah, we're gonna be doing the Hatsune, cosplay on the 12th. For the makeup day. I totally forgot. I was like, oh, what am I gonna do? Should I just do the dress? Like, should I do another bikini day? Like, what should I do? And then I saw this after work today, and I was like, oh, that's fucking right! Puffed chip bag. It's actually pretty fucking heavy. Like, yeah, I don't know. But, I'm not sure if we're gonna open this today or what, but I'm like, well, we have to open it. Yeah, it's a package. It is, I believe it's this one. It looks like a chip bag. This one, if it'll fucking open it. I don't want it to fucking show anything, though. I'm hoping it's not. I'm pretty sure this is the kit that I got. So it's got the wig, it's got the phones, it's got the skirt, the arm things, stockings, tie, right? So, it's like a full-on. $100, totally worth it. Anyways, welcome, Rick. Today was fucked up, bro. So, you might be able to surmise the fuck this is. And this is just one tub. There was more than this. It's like some people are really, really fucked up, man. Like, this crazy shit. But we'll get into it. We'll get into it. And that's not the only crazy shit that happened today, which is the craziest part. Today was a goddamn... Like, today felt like a fucking season finale for a goddamn anime. like it was so fucking crazy. I've never had a day like today, guys. Not in my entire life. Like, this was fucked up. Okay. Oh, here, time snuck past me. Sean, welcome. How's it going? Can you guess what this picture is, Sean? All right. So I get into work, right? And fishing wares, maybe single-use syringes. Yeah. So come into work. There's only one CSM, customer service manager, manager for the front end. I'm customer service. I'm like, oh, it's another Monday. We only have one CSM. And they're like, yeah. So I wasn't there for this. This is all like secondhand to me. I have no fucking idea. But we have a CSM that's not exactly very reliable. Let's just say that. We'll get to that, Rick. We'll get to that. But that is there is a progressive build-up over the day until this fucking happens. And it is just hilarious. So, beginning of the day, it's like 11 o'clock. And the CSM, on their lunch break, apparently comes out of the bathroom screaming at their husband on the phone. And is like, something along the lines of, I'm done with this shit, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. And straight up just left. Just left the store and didn't come back. And we're all like, oh, they're all like, okay, shit happens, this person goes home, like, all the fucking time, just randomly, like, they shouldn't be a manager, because, like, they can't fucking manage their own goddamn life. But anyways, so I'm like, we're having some banter about it and stuff like that, right? Is what it is. And then I see someone I haven't seen in, like, 4 months. So there's this woman, and I've talked to her on and off for like the last year or so every time she comes in. And she's a writer. And she's like, like 55, 60, something like that. So, and I never, we've talked about it, but I never really like mentioned the scope of my writing. And, she was like, oh, like, what are some details and like, kind of stuff. So I talked with her for like an hour and a half after work, because I'd just been getting off. And like, I got her number, I got her email and everything, and she's like, send me everything that you have, I want to read it all. So, I sent everything to her, and never got a response back. She was like, I'm going to Germany, I'll be back in like 3.5 months, I'll be back in like April. And I was like, yeah, sure, no worries, I'll just send all the stuff to you, take your time, do whatever you want, right? So she's finally back, and I was talking to her, and she's like, yeah, because she didn't go to Germany for a vacation. Or her dad is dying, and he was having surgery, so she was there taking care of him for like 3.5 months. Things went longer than expected, complications, stuff like that, but anyways, he's fine. She came back, she's having a good time, she finally managed to come in, and I happened to be there. I was like, holy fuck, yes! And she's like, that's great, because it's the first time she was back. So, we're talking and stuff, and I'm telling her the story about how, we came to the conclusion that Zayd's death is the moment that we're going to reveal that the Monarch is bad by using the stab through the heart, shh, go to sleep kind of thing. And, you know, she was like, oh my god, that's so cool. Like, the whole idea of everything coming together and stuff like that. So anyways, we talked for like a while. That was fucking awesome. So that was like the highlight of the day, right? And then... okay, now here comes the foreshadowing moment. You know, the foreshadowing doesn't happen in the way you would expect it to happen, but let's just say this. So this woman brings in a TV, like, dinner tray, like, kind of fold-out thing, right? And you know how you're supposed to, like, clip them? Like, you know, they clip in? Like that? Well, this one was so fucking strong that it tore the plywood and it tore the screws out of the plywood and completely broke the entire thing. So she's like explaining to us what happened, and I'm like, well, that's either like a really strong grip or that's a really shitty plywood. And I like pull the one side and it's like, yeah, that's not bad. I try to pull the other side and I'm like, pop it off, and I'm like, holy shit, yeah, I'm surprised that didn't fucking break. So, you know, I pull the thing off, put it in a baggie, freaking get everything sorted out, and then the CSM comes over, and, like, she's, like, 50, and she's, like, this, like, she's, like, 5'9", like, insanely fucking skinny, like, tiny, she's tall, but she's, like, tiny, right? And I'm like, here, try and put this on. And she's just, like, pop. And I'm like, oh, and that was like the weak side. I was like, okay, try the other side. And she's like, pop. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what the fuck? And she's like, yeah, big muscles, man. You gotta work out more. You know, we're having this banter about her, like, showing me up, right? And this goes on for, like, you know, like 2 hours. We're just having some fun back and forth, making fun of, you know, they're all making fun of me, I'm making fun of myself, we're making fun of her, she's like, oh, I'm so manly, you know, just fucking hilarious shit. And then, like, 6:30 rolls around, I'm sitting there, I'm just chilling, we're just kind of talking, and we got, like, 2 CSMs now, because the other CSM came in at 6 o'clock, and I hear this rustling cart, and I look up, and we've got our greeter, who's like a 65-year-old dude, who's like kind of short. He's like me, he's like 5'6". And one of our assistant managers, who's like 5'4" or something, 5'5", just a little bit shorter than me, and she's like 55 too. And I at first I thought a cart was falling over. Like someone had turned a cart too fast and the cart was tipping over. And then I look up and the greeter's got his hand on the cart. And the guy who's holding the cart is like fucking going like this and shit and like trying to rip it out of his hand. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like I literally say this. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I run around the corner. I fucking grab the guy by the shoulders, and he starts trying to fucking book it out the door, and I'm like trying to like dart in front of him and shit, and all the managers are like Scott, just fucking leave it, just leave it, and I'm like, I wasn't gonna leave the store or anything, I was just trying to stop him from leaving the store. He fucking books it the fuck to his truck, so one of the managers runs outside to go see his fucking truck, and he's got his license plate completely blacked out with tape. And he gets in his fucking truck and just speeds the fuck off. And we're all like, what the fuck is going on? And he's got 4 or 5, like, car batteries, a huge fucking thing of, like, a camping tent, and then we find this. When we lift up it was like a painting or something like that. And we look at this, and we're like, what the actual fuck? So he was trying to steal almost $7,000 worth of shit. And they think we don't have enough shrinkage to require a security guard. That is the biggest haul anyone's ever tried to steal, or as far as we know, by like quite a fucking bit. But it was like, what the actual goddamn fuck? This entire basket, and it's like the thing's like this fucking tall. Like it's almost to the entire top of the Walmart cart. And it's just full of fishing lures, electronics like cords, chargers, like headphones. And I'm looking at everyone like, and we lock up the fucking like makeup, cosmetics, and fucking deodorant and shit. Like, what the flying fuck? And then one of the cashiers comes over, and she's like, what the fuck just happened? And we're all like, yeah, he tried to steal fucking all this shit. We were like, nah, you ain't getting out of the fucking store with this goddamn cart, bitch. And it's like, oh, I don't even know. And then she's like, we were like, yeah, he had his license plate blocked out. And she was like, wait, what? Was it a white Ford? And we're like, yeah. And she's like, oh man, on my break, I fucking called that into the cops because I fucking saw his license plate was blacked out. And I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, it was a fucking day today, man. We had a fucking physical goddamn exchange with someone. And this guy was like 6'2", like fucking built as fuck. I got him on the shoulders. I'm like, damn, man, this guy's fucking big. But yeah, it was a fun day today, let's just say. So, W for us, because I've never seen, like, we were so confused how the fuck he got around the store. Like, how long did it take him to put this shit in here, man? We only have, like, 8 or 9 lures on, like, a thing at a time. He had to gone around, like, the entire fucking store and taken every goddamn lure off of the... And those things are, like, $15 to $20 each. It's just, like, it fucking blew my mind. I was like, some people... And they don't think we need a fucking security guard of any fucking kind, because we don't lose enough fucking money. It's like... It's just fucking sad. But yeah, that was the chain of events of today. Some fucking crash outs, some fucking epicness, and... the biggest theft I've ever seen, that's for sure. Like, holy shit, buddy. Someone tried to go hard. And it's like, the guy didn't even look like a fucking crackhead or anything. It just looked like a fucking normal dude. You know? And it's like, we've had people, like, walk out with TVs and shit like that, but we were not expecting to see that tote with fucking $6,000 worth of shit in it. So the fact you can even fit $6,000 worth of shit. Get Walmart to require all stores to hire veterans as greeters. True, Sean. True. But I'm like... And it's like... He's like trying to fight like an old woman and an old man for a fucking cart. Like, I don't know what they would have done if I wasn't there. We probably would have got away with it. Because the second I got in there, he was like, oh shit, there's actually someone on me. I'm out. And he just let go of the cart and fucking biffed it. And I was like, fucking piece of shit. I'm like... I was like I don't actually hope this. But like, this looks like a situation where someone hired this guy to steal a bunch of shit. And this may have been like gang related in some way, shape, or form. So the fact that he failed at it, I don't know, there might have been some consequences for him. And like, nobody had seen him before, so he's probably definitely out of town. Because we live in like a pretty fucking small town. And it's like all the other small towns around us all use us as like a hazing tradition, maybe. I don't know, he was like a younger guy. He couldn't have been more than 25. But yeah. Definitely a fucking shock to me, man. My first crazy day at Walmart. Like... Worst before this is just people coming in with backpacks and then leaving when they're beeping, and us, like, basically not being able to do anything, knowing that they stole something, and them just being like, oh no, my backpack beeped when it came in! It's like, no it didn't, bro, I watched you. Saw you come in. That's not what happened.
but we've got, like, cameras and shit, so I'm like, that's another thing, too. It's like, why the fuck, like, this is something that might actually get you sent to jail, trying to steal $7,000 worth of shit. Like, and it's probably not the first time this guy's tried to do that shit. Plus, blacking out your fucking license plate, dude. Like, that is a fucked up sign, right? So it's most likely probably a stolen vehicle too, right?
Chapter 5 for the new story posted. Current numbers are 63, 54, 51, 60, 29. Are you having this problem again, Sean? Where for some reason, later chapters seem to have more views? As if people skipped chapter 2 and chapter 3? Although, thinking about this, my guess would be how long are the chapters, and maybe some people didn't finish let's say chapter 4 in one sitting. Like, you know, they did 2 sittings for chapter 1, 1 sitting for chapter 2, and 1 sitting for chapter 3, and then 2 sittings for chapter 4. So it, like, they counted as like 2 views because, like, they came back at like a later date to, like, finish reading it. That would be my assumption. Like, the most logical reason why. It looked right before I posted chapter 5, because 3 and 4 were sitting at 50 each. Then after posting, the numbers got wonky again. Yeah, I don't know how they calculate views, but that might be, like, refreshing the page, like, you know, leaving the page and coming back, being on the page for an extended period of time. Not quite sure how that works. Because I've tried to fuck with the YouTube views, and it'll give you the views for, like, the first couple of hours, but then it corrects for, like, IP and, like, multiple accounts, and then it basically erases all of the extra views. Because I was like, can I view boost my shit? And I was like, holy shit, I can! And then I came back and I was like, oh no, I can't. Fuck. Well, I tried. You have to fucking try, right? You gotta do what you can to get yourself on top. It's like one of my first comments from my other account on my other computer, my original YouTube account, was like, on my first video, was like, actually, is it still there? I wonder if the I don't remember if it's the first video or not. Zero comments. One of them has to have a comment on it. I don't remember which one it is. Can I see on here? Actually, yeah, if I do this, I should be able to see my... Can I see, like, older than this? Community. Should be the very, very first one. Mentions, no. Maybe it wasn't on this. Maybe it was on my main? Community. Oh yeah, here's my, because here's my other account. It was from Bum to Hun, my, like, makeup thing. And I was like, creates fake engagement. And I just kept doing it. And then the only comment I've ever gotten was this guy saying ew to one of my makeup streams. I fucking love it. Should only track IP addresses, so that any IP only gets counted once, even if they revisit the chapter again later, even months later. Well, it could be an instance of, like, for, like, using different kinds of Wi-Fi.
Like, if you go to the McDonald's Wi-Fi, and then you go to the Walmart Wi-Fi, then you go to the Tim Hortons Wi-Fi, you know? For instance, if, like, someone was, like, reading and traveling, right? So maybe throughout the day they go to different locations, maybe another person's house, right? So there are situations where I could see that kind of thing happening, right? But notes on subtext, and today we are doing subtext. I'm excited. I don't have like any preempt for this, so I don't know exactly how this is gonna go. But I'm excited. But we're gonna have a toke before we do, as always. And again, I'm fucking tired as shit, so I don't know how long we're gonna stream for today, but we'll see if I get my energy back. That's usually what happens when we hit like the 3-4 hour mark, and I'm like, yeah, no man, I'm ready to go fucking hard. It's just the knowing that I can sleep in, so I don't have to worry about it. It's a super nice thing. Oh, and I'm super sad that Eggy's not here, because the Hatsune Miku outfit, it showed up. So, when Eggy is here, at some point in time when Eggy is here, we will pause everything, and we will unfucking box that shit. And that's what we're going to be cosplaying on the 12th for the makeup stream. Hatsune Miku. But let's get into today's react.
Today we're talking about subtext, and we're lucky because there is only one thing that you ever need to know about subtext, and that is...
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
Okay, subtext is the bread and butter of good dialogue. Once you've got the basics down and your dialogue is reading smoothly, you're gonna want to make it deeper, more meaningful, with a bit more of that pizzazz. And subtext is how you do that. Hey you! Do you like knowledge? Do you like being sexy like me? Well, this is the most knowledge, most sexy book you can own. No, but really, if you found my writing and world building work valuable, then this book is for you. And I'm gonna be giving away a bunch of free copies of Volume 1 and Volume 2 at this year's 24-hour charity live stream. 4 p.m. EST, December 10th, so next week we are raising money for this thing. I don't know yet because we haven't chosen at the time of filming this video, but we will! Hey, Tim from the future here. You guys voted and you picked mental health. Now, we've already done mental health in a previous year, so I wanted to approach it from a slightly different angle. With COVID, lockdowns, and isolation, victims of domestic abuse have been locked in with their abusers, and there's been a real increase in suicide and elsewise. Safe Harbor is a small charity dedicated to giving those people a place to escape to. Shelter, safety, and food. In particular, I chose them because they also provide a place for male victims of domestic violence, something that is sorely lacking, even though they just as much need a place to go. I'll be matching donations.
She can beat me any day of the week, bro.
For the cause, and I hope you can join me. Part 1. What is subtext exactly? Some people will tell you, especially in screenwriting circles, that subtext is what people are really saying outside of their words. But those people are liars.
Reading
funded
between
by
the
big
lines.
dialogue. Okay, that's not totally true. That is an example of subtext, but that's not all it is. Subtext is, 1, dynamics that characters may not be...
Oh, I didn't change the font on this because this size, it's really hard to do this with limited space on the screen. There we go. Dynamics. May or may not be consciously aware of.
So this would play really heavily with the Viceroy. Because a lot of the subtext for the Viceroy is either characters thinking that he's senile, or he just wants to pretend that he doesn't want to be involved in, like, it's not the political process, but it's like the thinking process, right? Because he's the guy who's just like, they're chilling there, they're trying to make a plan for something, and then he goes like, what about this? And then everyone looks at him like, wait, what the fuck? You're actually useful, dude? And then he'll spit out some sort of fucked up plan, right? Everyone will be like, whoa, dude, that's like five-head shit. I never would have thought of that. Holy shit. And then, you know, after that moment, whenever they try to reference back to him, he'll just say, I have no idea what you're talking about. You guys are... What kind of prank are you guys pulling on me? Like, this is some bullshit right here. And it gets to a point where characters just accept that, like, he just... There's something wrong, but they don't know what, but they just assume he's trolling. And this is like his attempt to get away from a position of being involved. He wants to be like an observer, right? He doesn't want to meddle or interfere or anything like that, because he doesn't want to get mixed, like, he doesn't want to be perceived as mixing in with the Adventurers Guild and playing favorites. The reason why the public believes that the Viceroy is here is as a backup to Husai to, like, show that the Tree and the Adventurers Guild are still on the same page. Even though in reality they're not. And this is just going to show more and more how the thought process and, like, the feelings and, like, perceptions of the characters are shifted from the actual reality that it is. And people are kind of, like, delusional towards this, right? Because they just don't want the world to change. That's how most of the people in the tree feel. So that's one example. And then another one would be, like, with Hildebrandt, and the way that, like, after, or I guess before and after Hildebrandt falls in love with Husai, the way that she treats his armor, because she's his crafter. And it's just, like, such a subtle difference, but it's like, if you pick up on it, you're like, oh shit. Like I said, it's supposed to be like the way Winry treats Ed's automail in Full Metal Alchemist. Like, love, reverence, respect, need. It's like her way of showing that her affection for Ed. Because she knows that he can't be there because he has a grander mission to do, right? And it's that whole anime-style love where it's like, you know the characters are in love, but the mission comes before that. And they never say anything, but you can just tell through, or assume through their actions and how they treat each other and talk to each other and interact with each other, that there's more going on. So this would be like
big for the Viceroy and Hildebrandt.
Consciously aware of. 2, subtext is also thematic. Symbols, motifs, meanings that can be derived from the text, even if the characters aren't aware of it. 3,
Thematic. Let's see here. Symbols, motifs, meanings that can be derived from text, even if characters aren't aware of it. Maybe this would be like the, I think it's the QP? The strings? The tablet that they're looking for? And it can also be like, once you kind of know who the Warriors of Light are, but they're not revealing themselves yet, but you have a pretty damn good idea, and so does everyone else, but no one has pressed them, because if they are the Warriors of Light, there's a reason why they're doing what they're doing. And they're very, very important. And Husai knows that, you know, this isn't a subject that you can fuck with. Just like, people knowing the name of the planet is Gaia. People being able to communicate despite using different methods of communication, not having the same equipment, and, there's a couple of other ones, but I just can't remember off the top of my head. Nah, I'm blanking on it. Oh, the Monarch and, like, Torg and Zaid's death. Super important wording and structure for that to be, like, match those up. And it's a quarter of the way through the book, so it's like you may have even completely forgotten. Because I've had this happen when I'm, like, watching a movie or something and I forget what the first scene was because I'm always fucking high. And then I'm confused. And I'm like, wait, what? And then it goes back and references the original scene, and I'm like, oh, I'm retarded, I totally forgot about that! And then just blows your fucking mind, right? But anything to do with Gaia that's pushing people on an instinctual level towards a certain goal that's either, like, whatever their soul essentially desires. That's the greatest, like, instinctual push that Gaia has, is what are your greatest desires? Can those be manifest? And then it's just emphasized to the person, right? So it's kind of like you have a calling in life, and everyone feels like they have a calling in life. But it does take a bit of self-discovery in order to, like, see that for what it is. I think it's like an instinctual driven, like, natural choice. It's like if you had no time to think. If someone asked you a question, you had to immediately answer. It's like you're not gonna get the depth or, you know, even probably the truth out of something like that. So it's about how far can you push, like, the characters' connections, especially with, like, Gaia. And with Husai, that's kind of what his entire character is built around and the reason why he's human. And that's also another thing, is, like, Husai being human and having the like, subtle language, like, the language that I'm using to describe the different species themselves. And then when we get back to Husai, and it's a very humanistic, you know, elbows, knees, shoulders, neck, things that other creatures just don't have. And that's a huge subtext in and of itself as well.
And so is like the concept of how magic works and the soulscape. So the theme for it is like consciousness is the true power of reality. And consciousness is all that can manifest and change reality. It just requires usually a physical vessel in order to do that.
Meanings that can be derived from the text, even if the characters aren't aware of it. 3. Subtext is character
information about the character that's implicitly revealed as they speak.
information that's implicitly revealed as they speak. 4. It's when characters are keeping hidden.
Oh, this is a big one. Hidden emotions. Characters' internal world revealed in how they talk.
In thoughts or emotions, but unintentionally reveal something to us in how they talk. And yes, 5. It's when characters intentionally communicate or imply something without
Implication. Saying something without it right. Sensations, passive. Aggressiveness. Sugarcoating. Euphemism. Sarcasm. Then I go back to the Viceroy again, because they're like, they don't know what the hell's going on with that, but they're like, he's doing something, and he's trolling the fuck out of us.
outright saying it. Accusations, passive aggressiveness, sugarcoating, euphemisms, sarcasm, you've all seen it, and yeah, you've all done it too. Subtext is reading between the lines in all of those ways, and because it is such a big topic, we're gonna narrow in specifically on subtext in dialogue today. So with those different types of subtext in mind, see if you can spot 3 of them in this passage from F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby. And yes, I am determined to do it with a terrible accent. "Who is this Gatsby anyhow?" demanded Tom suddenly. "Some big bootlegger? Where'd you hear that?" I inquired. "Oh, I didn't hear it, I imagined it. A lot of these newly rich people are just big bootleggers, you know." "Not Gatsby," I said shortly. He was silent for a moment. The pebbles of the drive crunched under his feet. "Well, he certainly must have strained himself to get this menagerie together." A breeze stirred the grey haze of Daisy's fur collar. "At least they're more interesting than the people we know," she said with an effort. "You didn't look so interested." "Well, I was." Tom laughed and turned to me. "Did you notice Daisy's face when that girl asked her to put her under a cold shower?" "Lots of people come who haven't been invited," she said suddenly. "That girl hadn't been invited, they simply forced their way in and he's too polite to object." "I'd like to know who he is and what he does," insisted Tom, "and I think I'll make a point of finding out." "I can tell you right now," she answered. "He owns some drugstores, a lot of drugstores. He built them up himself."
So, definitely for this one, I think, assumption and then this is just like the way that they're talking about something, basically like spraying them the fuck out of the place, right? So that'd be my 3
accent
picks.
in the comments, from good to excellent. We see that hidden thoughts and emotions subtext in how Daisy insists that Gatsby built up an empire of drugstores himself. Her quick defense of him comes from her trying to hide her feelings and past with Gatsby. She doesn't want Tom looking too deep. We see implication subtext when Tom says he certainly must have strained himself to scrape together this menagerie. He's using a euphemism here, menagerie, to say that these people are beneath him, a bunch of oddities, strange people. It's his old money snobbery talking, without outright saying it, of course. Thirdly, there's dynamic subtext to Nick and Gatsby's relationship. Nick immediately insists that Gatsby isn't a bootlegger, but he doesn't actually know that at this point, does he? This lets us in on how Nick idealizes Gatsby and wants us to think the best of him, even if he's not conscious of that bias. And other dialogue in The Great Gatsby is just packed full of thematic, ironic subtext. Tom admonishes Nick to not believe everything he hears, only for a couple of lines later for Daisy to insist, "We heard it from 3 people, so it must be true." All of it plays into this constant dissonance between the public image that people hold about you and what you're really like. The American dream being a public image you maintain, not acquire. When dialogue sucks, it is often because it lacks these kinds of subtext. So, I want to show you a book that does it badly. Part 2, I Am Sad, or Stories Without Subtext. So, something started to get on my nerves about Tom Rob Smith's Child 44, and I couldn't figure out what it was for the life of me, until about halfway through I realized that it had no subtext whatsoever. Subtext means that we're looking for what we're missing, what's about to happen, what's being foreshadowed, what's underneath what we're being told. We're actively engaged in figuring out the text, and that makes any reveals and developments just so much more compelling. But I wasn't being invited to actively engage in the story in Child 44. It was all being...
See, and that's one of my biggest problems I found, at least in writing chapter 1, that I'm very lacking in, is that dialogue feels forced and scenes don't coagulate together, nor do they feel like there's an established point to them. So that's like missing all of the responses from Husai. And like him being like, oh you know, like, because I was trying not to reveal anything, but it's like it should be his internal thoughts during chapter 1 of explaining exactly what the fuck is going on. 100-Year Quest, his connection to these people, why he cares about these people, saying, man, I haven't seen, like, where did this tape come from? This happened 50 years ago, you know? But instead of, like, saying outright, oh, this happened 50 years ago, it's like, I remember that day as if it was yesterday. And when somebody says something like, I remember that day like it was yesterday, you assume it happened a long time ago because they're saying that it still feels fresh in their mind. Which implies it's been a significant amount of time, and the memory should have faded at least a bit, but it's like, no, it's fucking sizzled into my mind, no matter how long it's been, right? But you don't actually say that. So that's a lot of the emotional subtext from Husai that I'm missing in chapter 1.
Handed to me, and that made it slow and boring. Child 44 is about a Soviet MGB officer who gets disgraced and loses all power and privilege when he finally has this confrontation with his wife. I married you because I was scared that if I rejected your advances, I'd be arrested. I was young, Leo, and you were powerful. The train pulled out.
Yeah, that is... You can already tell off the bat, even from me, that's terrible dialogue. Because you can... No one would just outright say that. You know? It's like they'd make excuses. Most people would lie. Most people, you know... How would you say this? Like... You could say something like the dynamic, you know? The dynamic of the relationship has caused me to struggle because of fear. And it's like you can set that up without actually, like, saying that. And you could even leave that to, like, the end, right? And then it just assumes that one of them's in a dominant position and one of them's in a submissive position. But I could totally see why you would feel that way, even from that one line of being like, well, yeah, there's nothing there.
Leo watched it go, trying to digest what she had said, but she gave him no pause, speaking as though these words had been forming in her head over many years. Now, tapped, they were flowing freely. The problem with becoming powerless, as you are now, is that people start telling you the truth. You're not used to it. You've lived in a world protected by the fear you inspire. Circumstance is the glue between us. I have you, you have me. We don't have very much else. Leo had no reply. He was unprepared, outgunned, outspoken. In the past, he'd used his position to get better accommodation, better food. He hadn't imagined he'd used it to get a wife, too. Okay. There's two problems here that stick out to me personally. One, people don't usually say, I'm sad or I'm angry. I can tell you as someone who has listened to a lot of people unpack their problems in a suicide helpline that they don't put it in these clear, stark terms a lot. You know, they liken their emotions to something else. It's like I'm lost and I don't know where to go. Or they talk about the thing that's making them angry. You know, I was at work today and a customer, she yelled at me. Especially when in these emotionally intense states, people tend to hyperfixate on a specific detail, or they talk really broadly, or they'll go on and on about this one thing that really frustrates them, even though there's a massive issue behind this that they're not getting into. In all cases, people rarely articulate their emotions or organize their thoughts by stating them outright in these almost neutral, descriptive ways, which is what is happening here. And two, what little subtext the dialogue initially had is spelled out in the prose in between. The dynamic of their relationship now, how she has kept in her emotions all this time, the themes about the blindness of people in power, the stuff that should be subtext. She's almost too aware of the story that she's in. This is something that I know I struggle with. It feels like when you're writing it, you're just exploring your character's mindset, but sometimes you're stripping the dialogue of subtext, making it kind of boring. So, let's rewrite this scene. You don't get it, do you? I was young, and you came in, you followed me around, flashing your badge. You wouldn't leave me alone. I thought I was gonna get... It doesn't matter. What was I meant to do? The train pulled out. Leo watched it go, trying to digest what she had said, but she gave him no pause. I know you think you're used to hearing the truth, but you're not. Nobody tells people like you the truth. I told you what you wanted to hear, but not anymore. We have to stick together, Leo. But I'm not going to keep lying for you. Leo had no reply. He was outgunned. In the past, he'd used his position to get better accommodation, better food. He hadn't imagined he'd used it to get a wife too. Now you'll notice I rewrote this opening line in more emotive, contextualized words, her describing what caused those feelings rather than outright stating them. I took away those lines that explained their relationship because that's subtext in the dialogue itself, and I put the very thematic lines more in terms of her own emotions. But I actually left this last part because, I don't know, I think it's fine. It is going through a character's thoughts, but it's not stripping the dialogue of subtext. So the first thing to do, obviously, is to figure out what each of these different types of subtext might...
Subtext! Levi, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Okay, so let's see here. Let's see if we can break this down. I hate subtext because I'm autistic and just say what I mean to say all the time. I'm like the opposite problem where I will fucking not say it no matter what. And I'll replace every instance of it trying to be said with fucking poetic words. Just to strip it of that, like, solidity. So it's like, especially with like Cryogen, where it's like I am forcing myself to just say the exposition, right? And then we'll go back through when we're editing it, and then we're gonna change it, right? But I think it's easier to get that out in the first edit, because most of the time I go back through it, and like, I lose the subtext on myself, and I go, why did I do this? Then I change it, and then I realize why I had it the way it was, and then I change it back. And I do that fucking so much when I'm editing. So I, like, having it more in the front, or at least, like, even put it in brackets, be like, this is the direct subtext. When you're editing, remember to keep this subtext, you know, kind of idea. Like, that's another thing I should probably actually do. But, yeah. And it's like, I love Tarantino's dialogue because he never
Like, most of the time, it's, like, those words are replaced with, like, motherfucker, fuck, god damn it, you know? Something like that. Like, some sort of, like the way that I use poetry, he uses curses in the dialogue. It's actually fucking phenomenal the way that he ties it together. Human connection, character, psychopath, hidden thoughts, I find you interesting, implication, you're not insane. Alright, let's see.
Be in any given scene. Sometimes I don't even think about them consciously and I miss out on using them. On the other hand, look for those scenes where you're spelling out that context too clearly. One way that I can often spot this is that there will be kind of a line summarizing the feelings underneath the scene. Like a father might be talking gently with his daughter, guiding her, and then the scene will end with it saying she was his rock, his everything, the thing he would always protect. And often that is information that came across in the dialogue, and you're just bringing out, going, "Hey, I hope you got this," and the reader's going, "Yeah, I know."
Yeah,
I did.
treating your
You don't
reader
need to tell
smart.
me." Quick fixes are letting characters articulate their feelings by likening it to something else, hyperfixation, or speaking too broadly before someone else helps them organize their thoughts. I found trying to write the same thing in fewer words is often a shortcut, really forces me to strip away some of the context and leave more of it to subtext. In stories that have characters unpacking their feelings and organizing their thoughts a lot, the subtext is going to be what you're foreshadowing and how they speak or act before they're able to fully unpack it. Looking for Alaska actually does this a fair bit if you're curious. Characters hyperfixate on small details following Alaska's death, spoiler, and how that hyperfixation and wording comes across foreshadows the anger and frustration that is revealed later on when they're able to articulate it. But knowing all of this, the dialogue is often boring because it lacks subtext. It is still worth recognizing that there are, part 3, easier and harder types of subtext to incorporate.
Yup.
So we kind of have these 5 types. The dynamics, who is in charge, who looks up to who, what the characters think of one another. The thematic, the deeper messages of the story. Character, their flaws, strengths, vulnerabilities, issues, hidden emotions or thoughts. A character's internal world that they aren't openly communicating. And implication, a character communicating something without stating it explicitly. Now, these last 2 types, hidden emotion...
Well, I was just thinking, one of the great implications is, like, for instance, if I was, like, in the conversation between Hildebrandt and Husai, which is one of the most important conversations in the entire book, he's asking her questions, like, do you find these things odd? Now, if I said, do you find these things odd, that would be breaking the subtext, right? And it's like he's just trying to test her with these things. So he'd be like, what do you think, or have you ever met someone that you've asked what the name of our planet is, and they haven't given you the same answer? Versus something like, every time I ask, is it worth it to think about Grice's maxims for this? Not sure about that one, Levi. I have no idea. I am uneducated. I am a plebling. Oh, how people communicate effectively in conversations. Well, you know, I'm just gonna straight up copy and paste this in here as like a little blurb. Because that seems like that's actually some pretty good information right there.
Yes, there's a couple of rules, and we often communicate a lot by breaking those rules. Emphasizes truthfulness. It encourages speakers to only say what they believe to be true and have the evidence to support their claims. No one ever says that. Even I make shit up. I lie about shit. I'm misinformed. But I try to be, like, aware of that, right? But you're not always. The word is named Tellus. We figured that out. Well, it's actually Gaia, but it's like the difference between saying, like, have you ever found a person that hasn't answered, like, what, like, have you ever found a person that you ask what the planet's name is and you haven't gotten the same answer? Versus, if you ask someone what the name of the planet is, they'll always respond Gaia. Like, if I say the weather today could have been better, I haven't said the weather was bad, but the fact I'm commenting on it still says something. Exactly, like it was nice, but it was a little bit cloudy. Or it was nice, but it was windy. Right? So it's literally using what's not said to communicate the information.
And implication are really easy to fit into dialogue because they slot right into scenes that are full of character conflict. Take this moment from the sci-fi series Torchwood, where an alien has possessed a girl's body and one character, Gwen, feels like they're not doing enough to help her. Now, the writers could have written the exchange like this. Gwen, what are we doing having Chinese while a girl fights for her life? Jack, what are we meant to do? Constantly worry? You're new here. You're too wrapped up in this. We can't lose sleep over every time we think we could do a tiny bit more. Take a breath, or it'll get annoying. Now, it'd actually be fine if Jack said that. It'd even be in line with his character in some ways. But, instead, the writers had Jack say,
actually, while we've been eating, the computers have been running a full bioscan on Karis, profiling her blood, metabolism, organs, skin, the works, so we can see what effect the alien's having on her. They've also been taking samples of the air in the cell so we can analyze any changes in the environment around her. Now, is that enough? Do you want more?
There's two bits of subtext here. There's the implication. Jack is saying, you're new here, Gwen. You're too wrapped up in this. But he softens it for her. And there's the hidden emotion. He's kind of frustrated with Gwen, but he's being quite diplomatic about it. And I really do recommend Torchwood, by the way. All 3 seasons are fantastic, especially if you want a great example of dialogue writing. But we often focus so much on these last 2 types of subtext that we don't know how to fit subtext into scenes without as much direct character conflict. But again, have a listen to this scene from Torchwood.
There you go. I can taste it. Estrogen. Definitely estrogen. You take the pill, flush it away, and enters a water cycle, feminizes a fish. Goes all the way up into the sky, then falls all the way back down onto me. Contraceptives in the rain. Love this planet. Still, at least I won't get pregnant. Never doing that again. How's it going?
Nothing yet. I've got to connect. I've just got to feel it.
Then hurry up and feel it. Freezing my ass off here.
I can't just flick a switch. It's more like access. It grants me access.
Whatever that means.
It's like,
Position.
If I get punched again, I'm punching it right back.
Just concentrate. Susie.
Now, the characters here are working together to resurrect a murder victim and interrogate them, but we get a lot more information in how they talk. We understand the dynamic that Jack is the leader. He's the first to speak, he tells others to get into position, and he's clearly in control, at ease. Without ever being super obvious about it, there's no yes sirs, and he's not even giving direct orders. But we also know that Owen is short with others and dismissive of what he doesn't understand, which is character subtext. And lastly, a major theme of Torchwood is that we should explore our sexuality and not feel bad about it. Jack talking so openly about this builds into that messaging, just under the surface. Really
Aloha,
subtly.
Talk
Now, the writers could have
Essentia!
had
How's
the
it
character-
going? How are you today? Welcome, welcome. I am flowing and glowing well. had a little incident at work where someone tried to steal $7,000 worth of shit. Funniest shit ever, though. Yeah, this entire tote is full
Sorry
of...
for trying to steal $7,000 worth of shit from your work. Won't happen again.
Levi. Yeah, I was talking about this at the beginning of the stream. So I had the fucking craziest day today, guys. Okay, let's go back over this. So I get to work, and apparently one of our managers had a crash out, and basically, like, what happened, I guess they came out of the bathroom screaming on their phone at their husband and pieced the fuck out and said, I'm not coming back. Yeah, that was interesting. Then, someone I haven't seen in, like, 4 months came back. Her name's, she's a writer. And we've been talking for the last year or so, every time she comes in, right? She works as a traveling writer, and she was going to Germany, and she just got back. So it's like the first time she was back at Walmart before, you know, she was back in town. And I've been waiting for her, because she said she was going to come back in April, but, you know, she had some things, because she was out there, because her dad needed surgery, some complications, but he's fine, so she came back, and, you know, I'm telling her about my book, and how I've evolved everything, because I sent everything to her, all my short stories, all the book, and this was, like, in October or November, just, like, in 2024, and, actually, yeah, it's been quite a while, actually, holy shit, it's been more than fucking 3 or 4 months, it's been, like, 6 months, Jesus, time flies. Anyways, so we, like, got caught up, I was telling her about the stream and everything like that, you know, super excited, super nice woman, and then this woman comes in with a, like, TV stand, right? And it's got, like, the gripper things on it, you know, it's supposed to be, like, stick it in, but it's like way too fucking tight, so it had ripped the piece out with the screws and broken all the plywood, so she was returning it. And, you know, I'm going through the returning process, and my manager comes over, and she's, like, a 5'9", like, tiny chick. Like, she's probably, like, your size, essentially. Like, she's, like, she's kind of tall, but she's, like, super small, right? And she, you know, I'm explaining what happened, and I tried to pull a thing out, and I'm like, ugh. And I'm like, yeah, try and pull that out, and I, like, slam it back in, and then she's just like, pop. And I'm like, the fuck? And then she's like laughing at me, and she's like, yeah, muscles, man, you gotta start working out and stuff. So we spend, like, you know, like, an hour and a half, 2 hours, like, bantering back and forth about this, you know, you're like, oh, Scott needs to be stronger kind of thing, right? Like, we're just fucking bantering back and forth. And then, like, around 6:30, me and the two managers are sitting at customer service, you know, just bantering, having a good time, enjoying work, you know what it is. And we hear this crashing sound, like a cart crashing. And we look up, and at first I think, like, somebody was, like, turning their cart, and their cart was, like, flipping over. And then I see, like, there's an assistant manager who's, like, a 55-year-old woman, and our greeter who's, like, a 65-year-old dude, and there's this guy, and the greeter has his hand on the cart, and the guy's fucking going like this, and the manager's like, you're not getting out of here with this. And I look up, and yeah, true, one can't make this up. And I look up, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I run around the counter, I run over to him, I fucking grab this guy by his shoulders, and all the manager's like, whoa, Scott, stop. Grab this guy by the fucking shoulders, he lets go of the cart, and he starts fucking booking it out of the fucking store, and I'm like trying to block him and shit, and then one of the managers runs outside, and, you know, to get his license plate, right?
So he had blacked out his license plate on his car with black tape. And then, you know, we're all fucking standing there like, what the... All the customers are like, what the... Like, the entire store, like, just paused for this fucking moment. And everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? And this thing has, like, 4 batteries or 5, like, car batteries on it. It's like a camping tent gear. Like, there's, like, a backpack with, like, 25 wallets inside of it. And then we pull up this painting, and there's this fucking tote with electronics, fishing lures, like, headphones, fucking just the randomest fucking shit. And it was $6,594 fucking dollars this guy was trying to steal. And then one of the cashiers comes over, and she's like, yo, what the fuck just happened? And we're telling her, and she's like, oh, dude, on my break, I called the cops on that fucking car because its license plate was fucking covered up. And we're just all like, man, this is one fucked up day. Like, holy shit. How, like, and this guy was like 20, like, he couldn't have been older than 25, man. I was like, what the fuck are people doing with their lives? Like, I was like, how did no one stop him from doing this and going around the entire store? And then, like, another manager comes over and they're like, yeah, we were standing at the fire exit, because normally they'll go through the fucking fire exit. So she was standing at the fire exit, and this guy was like, too bad the cops weren't waiting for the dude to come out of his truck. Yeah, the problem is, like, they don't think, the biggest part of this is that I've been like, the only thing I complain about is the fact that we don't have some sort of security guard or shit like that, and, like, most of our greeters are, like, elderly people.
You know you're doing something wrong when the streamer questions your life decisions.
True, Levi. True. But it's like, what the actual goddamn fuck? Some people, and we have people walk out with TVs and stuff like that, but we've never had someone, like, literally, like, an entire, how? Like, and the worst part is, like, someone had to go back and put all this shit back on the goddamn shelf. There were 309 items. Like, the basket's probably still there for, like, the overnight people, or, like, for, like, GM department tomorrow. Like, fucking sucks, the shit we have to put up with. As if we need any more proof that every Walmart needs a 6'2" food up muscle Bobby on the door! Oh, Eggy, I am so glad you are here, bro. I am so glad you're here. So check it out, bro. Check it the fuck out. It arrived. And now that Eggy is here, we can finally do this, guys. Are you fucking ready? Are you... I totally fucking forgot about this. I totally fucking forgot about this. So...
It arrived, and so will I.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is what we're doing. The 12th of May, the next full moon. 12th of May is gonna be the cosplay stream. So now that Eggy's here, I'm going to open this, but I need to grab my scissors. 1 second. Actually, are there any in here? No. 1 second. Okay. Is a were-transvestite. I like to say it's a werewoman. I think werewoman just sounds better. Because I was like, it's a were-trans, and then I was like, oh, that doesn't sound that great. What about werewoman? And I was like, I'm definitely a werewoman. 100% a werewoman. Oh my god. Mahalo for sharing this insane IRL experience. Truth there, Essentia. It is quite an amazing time. Here it is. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, shit. I'm losing pieces. I'm losing pieces. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so these are the arm pieces. My camera will goddamn focus. Okay, there we go. So we got the arm pieces. Oh, it even comes with like a little keychain thing. Can't really see it because of the light. Let me open it. Oh, of course you need scissors to open it like everything. Looks like a fold-in top, but it's not. So this cute little keychain. This is the vest. The skirt. Two ties. No, wait, what's this? Oh, is this the collar? Yeah, I think this is the collar. So there's a tie and a collar. And stockings. Like, yeah, actually, those probably would go up to my, like, kind of inner thighs. And these are the headphones. Break it. Let's just use the scissors for this. Some tape on here. Looks like some Temu level shit, but it's Amazon. It's hilarious. No, it's the 12th, Essentia. That's where the full moon, where I am, is on the 12th. So it'll be the 12th, but it'll be like the morning of, so I don't know what time it is for you guys, but it's whatever time for you guys the stream is now. I started stream at 0 points, then I lost everything at 2K, now I won. Darn it. Okay, so these are the earpieces. I believe. Got these guys. Can't tell you. I don't have that many hair clips and stuff like that, but it's got like the hair clip on the inside piece there. And then the headphones. I'm an idol today. So yeah, hell yeah. And then the final piece. The piece that brings it all together, guys. Let's see the quality of this shit. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, that's a hairnet. See here, how do we make sure that we do this properly? Okay, this is... Wait, why are there two separate ones? I'm confused. Wait, do they go together? Oh, they're extensions! No, they're cardboard. Like, they're literally made of, like, cardboard and paint. Like, I could make a better fucking headphones than that. So this is the wig. And then you'd have the extensions for, but I'd have to figure out how to set it properly. But yeah, this is thanks for watching my unboxing, guys. That was a good time. I can get a picture. Just give me a fucking picture. Yeah. So, the extensions clip into these, and then they would hang down the side, right? There's one thing we really want to see you unbox. True, Eggy, true. But yeah. I'm super excited, so I'll have to put this on and figure out how it all works together and get it all set up and everything. We can probably do that tomorrow. I'm glad it came, like, a little bit earlier than I was expecting it to, which is super nice. I'm not even sure. Where's the thing that was going around this? Where did I put it? And I have another wig, so I actually have, like, a proper wig brush and everything, too. Where did I put it? Wouldn't that be something you want to be boxed? Can you tell us more about this character? Oh, she's an idol.
Asks you this, they're probably actually asking you some combination of these three questions. What is Vocaloid the software? What is Vocaloid the culture? Who is Hatsune Miku? Let's go through them.
What is Vocaloid, the software?
Vocaloid is a singing voice synthesizer software product developed by Yamaha. You know how if you don't own a piano, you go and use a piano synth to synthesize a piano. Same thing as that, but for vocals. You input words and notes and outcomes. You can choose different voice banks for different voice types. And adjust these parameters to get the sound to how you want. That's basically it. The Vocaloid program has 5 editions and currently about 80 voice banks you can use with them. Some of these voice banks come with character avatars to help them sell. Some of which are these fun anime characters.
We were talking about it, and then I just immediately decided, no, I'm ordering that, and I am doing a cosplay.
N-Series is an example of text-to-speech software, which is a voice synthesizer, but it's not Vocaloid. Vocaloid is the name of a specific
kind of came out spontaneously,
not a generic term that describes voice synthesizers. Like how Coke is one brand of soda, not actually a broad term to refer to soda generically. Here's a diagram.
Why do people use Vocaloid instead of human vocalists?
Well, there's plenty of possible reasons. Can't sing, don't have the money for vocalists, don't have the voice type they want. Vocaloid, cool, Miku, cute. That brings us to question 2.
What is Vocaloid, the culture?
This is a lot more nuanced. Basically,
I have
you
some
know those
other
fun anime
cosplays
character
as well.
avatars that come with these voice banks? People got pretty attached to those characters, to the point of
maybe
actually
we'll
wanting
do
to write
like
songs for them,
an
and it's
entire
grown from
cosplay,
there. Since 2007 or so, the Vocaloid fandom has continued to grow and evolve, with producers coming and leaving the scene. A lot of music producers you might have heard of actually started in Vocaloid.
Does Hatsune Miku make the songs?
No. The songs are made by human music producers that use the Vocaloid program. In this sense, it's essentially an instrument. Attributing a song to a Vocaloid is the same as if you attributed Moonlight Sonata to piano. Let's properly credit producers.
Who is Hatsune Miku?
You're probably asking not about this.
Love Amazon's packaging, though.
Hatsune Miku is the avatar character for the Hatsune Miku voice bank developed by Krypton Future Media. She's not the first Vocaloid, but she's the biggest and started Vocaloid's huge popularity. But if you're actually asking about her as a character, here's her character. That's it. And here's her friends. Yeah, they're all really just avatars for their voice banks, but more importantly, they're her friends.
So what's her personality like?
It's literally whatever you want it to be. Her personality, you know, is more or less crowdsourced, like how popular fandom becomes canon in normal fan bases. Except Vocaloid doesn't actually have a canon. So it's all just fandom. There's a lot more to each of these questions to go into, but hopefully this was a helpful brief overview. Thanks.
Let's put it, actually, let me put it, ooh. There. Sorry about that. These, can these just, put these inside my helmet for now. It'll be a reminder in the background if the chair is ever not in the way of it. Yeah, there you go. Everyone can understand. Recover from your today's adventure. Oh yeah. great storyteller. I mean, that's what everyone tells me. I mean, I'm like, okay. I mean, I tend to listen to what other people say. Because, you know, I'm a terrible judge for myself. I'm a terrible critic. Love the unpacking. Why, thank you. That was an egg salad moment. As long as this crinkling stops. Get that away from the fucking mic. I might be crinkling in the background for, like, love you talk. Thank you, Essentia. I love you too. That's so cool to have, like minds like this, you know what I mean? See you. Have a good one. Alright. I had no idea she was just a voice. Wait, you didn't know? You didn't know that? That she's just, like, fake? That's what's so good about it. Is she's literally the first... she was the first, right? Like, or she was, like, the first popular one? The one that just, like, popped off?
Just go. Alright, sit up. We don't have long. You got the glove? How long has she been dead? Oh, I don't know, 2 hours? I'll clear the police. But they didn't do that, did they? They thought about the dynamics, the themes, and character that they could communicate in this dialogue, even without a lot of direct conflict. You can and should absolutely use implication and hidden thoughts and emotions in these scenes with less direct character conflict, especially because characters will have emotions lingering from past scenes that they...
They're just not as popular, I don't think, Levi, but I could be wrong about their popularity. I'm like, why does my head hurt? And I was like, oh, I forgot to take my ponytail out. So I can't rest my head properly. There we go. Okay, much better. But yeah, I mean, like, not just, like, inside of Japan, but, like, a worldwide phenomena, right? Love some Talkbox. Yeah, not super popular, but not uncommon across time. Yeah. They
haven't resolved yet, that carry over into how they speak in scenes later on. But don't forget to account for dynamics, themes, and character, all totally valid forms of subtext that make reading more interesting. But... how about we finally get down to business? Part 4, some specific techniques. The one we all know, that we're all familiar with, is to do with contradictions, especially between body language and dialogue. Because I'm fine, stop asking if I'm fine in the comments, I am fine, I am smiling, ah! She relaxes and pushes my bangs from my face. What did he do? He didn't do anything. Maya, I don't know what happened. I stare at the rusted brown mixing with bright red on my fingertips. In this passage, Maya insists that she doesn't know what happened, but the way that she avoids her mother's gaze tells us that she does, and she's just not ready.
What I find messed up about Vocaloids, and I think they're awesome, but people are paying full concert ticket prices to see them. That blows my mind. I mean... it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you can't fault them for trying, and if people are willing to pay it, that's the reason why, guys, in 5 years, we're going to have $150 video games. Like, we're not talking $150 deluxe, we're talking base game, $150, deluxe, everything, $225, $250. Like, we are headed in that direction, because people... they will charge you what you are willing to pay. And until there's, like, a major pushback on it, they're going to keep raising the prices. And that's generally how prices get raised. Is they do it slowly in increments to the point that, like, years later, you're like, how the fuck is pizza $4 a slice? The fuck you mean it's $4 a slice? That slice is like 1.5 inches! The fuck is wrong with you? Total combination of shrinkflation and inflation.
Ready to talk about it. The body gives a secondary meaning to the dialogue. This most often crops up when you have a character who wants to hide what they're feeling, but I found it really useful in 2 other slightly different situations as well. One, like we discussed before with Looking for Alaska, we can use it to foreshadow a character's emotions before they come out in dialogue. When characters are working themselves up to say something, or their mind is elsewhere, distracted, they're not necessarily hiding how they're feeling, but they're clearly dwelling on something else, or unable...
It's like the entirety of Chapter 1 completely misses this point when I wrote it. Which is, again, like, probably the main reason why I looked at it and said, this is fucking garbo. I got the scenes down, but there's no feeling to them, right? They're just... Because the entire point of the first draft was get the character introductions down, get the scenes down. That was it. And I haven't edited it since November. So it's pretty fucking bad. Especially, like, the progress that we've seen within the last, like, 4 months or so. And, like, what I'm writing now versus what I was writing then. And just the depth of my ability to get things onto the paper.
To articulate it. And 2, when their body language doesn't exactly contradict what they're saying, but it indicates a more or less intense version of what they're saying. Someone holding in their anger or their tears, or feigning outrage. Another type of contradiction might be when they say something that doesn't match their normal speech pattern. Tell the hand what happened at Shearer. Joss nodded. If it pleases His Grace. His Grace is hunting across the Blackwater, Ned said. Now, Ned is not the sort of person to normally interrupt others, but he does here, and despite him just informing someone that the king is out hunting, an innocuous statement on its own, he's very clearly snapping. Both of these things together give us the subtext that Ned is uncomfortable acting for the king or ever being addressed as His Grace. In my book, there's a character who basically never raises her voice, she never interrupts, so the one time that she does that, it tells us subtext.
Well, that's kind of like one of the Warriors of Light, right? The guy who uses the golem magic, and he doesn't talk, he only uses the puppets to talk. So it's like, if he ever talks, that is like a huge fucking moment, right? And you can build that up with certain characters, right? Like the way, like, you're kind of building up, like, what you're expecting, like what I'm hoping to do with like the conversation between Husai and Hildebrand is this like complete rejection scene where you're expecting Husai to say something about how he feels about Hildebrand and Hildebrand to basically laugh in his face and say exactly what she thinks about him, which is that she thinks he's a poser who's trying to relive his glory days, and he's doing it at the expense of what could possibly be the beginning of another great war. In a complete time of strife, when he needs to be the strongest ruler in the tree, he's out here fucking around looking for dragons. It's just ridiculous to her. And that's how she's always come across. But this sit down and conversation completely changes her perspective towards him, to the point she falls in love with him. Because she had him completely wrong. And it's like, you know, like a 3-hour conversation kind of thing. It's just like completely extended. Understanding and exposition of the world and how people interact with it, right? And the knowledge that people have that they probably shouldn't have. The way that people communicate and stuff. In fact, if he's saying, well, I'm an octopi, you're an avian, doesn't, you know, how can we communicate so easily? It's like, I can't even tell you the sounds that you're making. It's all in your head kind of idea. And just getting her to think about this kind of shatters the boundary and the barrier that Gaia has put up. And this is the reason why Usai knows that he can't talk about this. And it just completely breaks down Hildebrand. And she, like, realizes basically the truth about the world. And it's like the veil is ripped from her eyes. And then she sees the truth. And she's like, holy fuck, okay. Well, I don't know if I can do this anymore. And she's already abandoned being an adventurer. Now she's just a crafter. But now she's even questioning that. And then Husai basically pumps her up and is like, yo, your shit's amazing. What you talking about? And, you know, that's their great bonding moment. And then from there, they just keep getting closer and closer and closer.
contextually how important what she's saying is to her, something of the underlying emotions. Contradicting her normal speech patterns gives the line a deeper meaning that another character speaking in the same way wouldn't have. A really common one is interrupting or rambling or forgetting what they're saying when they normally wouldn't. Last video we talked about characters playing different roles in a conversation. You know, the skeptic, the emotional one, the cold hard
Didn't watch that one.
Changing that pattern, say the emotional one suddenly goes to the cold hard facts first. Well, that gives subtext. That Torchwood example from before is the same. Jack's tone is condescending where he normally wouldn't be, and that gives us some subtext about their dynamic as characters. Lastly, you can also have a disproportionate response to something. Exploding in anger, or being ecstatic, or breaking down when what happened doesn't really demand that response. The famous strudel scene in Tarantino's Inglourious Basterds is just a masterclass in all of this type of subtext. Those agendas
so
with
good.
characters at each other's throats in a really subtle way. There's tons of hidden emotion and implication and little kinks in speech patterns that tell us so much about the characters and what's really going on. And it all comes through in dialogue. Now, you've probably noticed...
feigning. Feigning ignorance. I can't believe he didn't say that, because that's like one of the biggest keys to that scene, is the idea of feigning ignorance. You know that they're on to each other, but they're not saying that they're on to each other, because they're both pretending. Very, very important.
That these techniques more easily fit into implication and hidden emotion rather than theme, dynamic, and character. And to that, all I'll say is watch Hannibal, because that show does subtext perhaps better than anything else I've ever seen. Some people will say that you should just create more conflict for the scene, but personally I'm wary of that advice because I want all of my conflict to really fit into the wider arcs of the story, and it's really easy to just create filler, pointless dialogue. With that said, agendas are important, that characters want different things in scenes, but that can be really subtle, like how in that Torchwood scene, Owen wants to get out of the rain. In our last video on dialogue, we talked about the contrasting role characters play and the focus they have, and those things can really come into conflict in a lot more subtle ways without characters being directly at each other's throats. And I think a more foolproof way of creating more subtext is...
And that's kind of like one thing we have is like the idea of characters that are at odds with each other on a small scale, that when there are no other problems, that's their only problem, but as soon as another problem comes into effect, their little squabble instantly disappears, right? And it's like, sometimes it's banter, sometimes it's just characters that are calling each other out because, like, you know, this character thinks this guy's an asshole, this guy thinks this guy's an asshole, but they're both just assholes, so it's like, well, fuck it, who cares, right? Well, you did this, well, who cares, you did that. Well, I only did that because you did that. Why would you only do something if someone else did it?
Rewording and restructuring the conversation that's already there to emphasize those dynamics, the character, the themes, more than just creating more conflict. But there is one type of subtext that stands out as more difficult than the rest, and it's something that I struggle with, and that is Part 5, Thematic Subtext. You know how at the end of every kids show, the characters get together and they go,
"The real bad place was the friends we made along the way."
No. That's when subtext becomes text, and they do it in kids shows because kids aren't exactly the smartest cookies in the toolbox. But how do you do it? Arula Ratnakar's novella Submergence is all about consciousness and personhood and what it means to live in a subjective existence. So there's a lot of themes bouncing around. Read it below, there's a link, it's great. And most of the story is dialogue. But the reason it works is because when the characters talk, they're not really talking in ways that feel self-aware of the story they're in, like it did in Child 44. They're not summarizing the lessons that might be taken from the plot. Noor frowns. "We can't continue doing this. P. Mary is intelligent. A single sponge contains more synapses than we can even fully comprehend. We have to tell everyone." They look at one another before turning to her. One man sighs. "Look, Noor, right? We already know about this. Somebody discovered this before you. Actually, we've known about this almost since we discovered the sponge. In fact, it is a crucial part to how we treat the diseases." They're instead arguing or processing their emotions in haphazard ways, leaving the themes as subtext. something we conclude from who the story has made us empathize with, what it's made us feel or see as right and wrong. The truth is, readers are pretty damn smart. I mean, you are, and you'll pick up on themes if authors just let you. They don't need to spell it out, right? Remember that passage from Child 44 about power and blindness and truth? It sounded weird because the characters never talked like that before, and suddenly they were in these grand abstract ideas. Thematic dialogue often ends up being really heady, with characters using expressions and words that are clinical or philosophical that they haven't really used throughout the rest of the story, and it's clearly the author stepping in and pulling the strings just a little bit too much. And I say that as someone who is very guilty of it.
True!
So look out for characters changing speech patterns to fit the themes. And I mean, a lot of the time, introspective writing is just way better suited to characters reflecting on what they've learned. I mean, when we learn things and grow as people, it's this slow, nebulous web of weird thoughts that only kind of piece together into a weird picture in our head, and it's very hard to put it into words exactly, to summarize it in a single sentence, because what we know and what our experiences were and our personal biases are all mixed together in a big, timey-wimey soup of theme. And so, here we are. If this video, or the one we did before on dialogue, or the one
Never
on
watched
fight
that
scenes,
one.
or just my work more broadly, has been helpful to you in
True.
your writing and world building, then this book is for you, and you can get it right now or order it for Christmas or something at all the links down below. Or for a writer friend you know, because this is a codified version of all of the writing and world building discussions we've had
I have to
since
read
Volume
something.
1, with a bunch of exclusive content, way more depth and detail, and it's just way easier to study and reference than a bunch of videos. I mean, the first volume
If
has
that
sold
book
over
is for me, why do I have to
35,000
pay for
copies
it?
alone, but you can just
Levi, that's a very, very valid question. Because people need money.
get whichever book has the topics you want. You know, exposition, magic systems, place names, fight scenes, pacing, Dark Lords, or you can just get both of them, you know? Now, and I cannot understate this, leaving a review on Amazon helps immensely. The reason that Volume 1 continues to sell on its own is that so many people left reviews. It just kept on pushing it up in the algorithm. So thank you to those who did, and thank you if you leave one for this. But yeah, links below, this is for you, thanks for making this happen. But let's summarize the major themes of this video with absolutely no subtext.
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all
1. When looking to incorporate subtext, consider the dynamics between your characters, the themes, the character, hidden thoughts or emotions, and implication.
Check.
2. Subtext gets the reader to actively engage with your story because they're looking for what they're missing, foreshadowing, and hidden meanings. This makes any reveals and developments in the plot more compelling.
True.
3. People communicate their feelings by likening them to other things, describing the events that sparked their emotions, and they often hyperfixate or speak broadly about the issue before they're ever able to articulate their thoughts. 4. Don't accidentally dispel your subtext by spelling it out under the guise of going through your character's thoughts. 5. Hidden emotions and implication are easier to use in scenes packed full of character conflict, but dynamics, themes, and character can easily enrich a scene with less of that direct conflict. 6. Contradictions help deliver subtext. Contradictions between dialogue and body language, dialogue and speech patterns or tone, and disproportionate responses. 7. Thematic subtext is hard, and it tends to become heavy-handed when characters start using heady, clinical, philosophical wording outside of their normal speech patterns, or they say things without any real character context. Introspective prose is often better suited for thematic exploration. 8. Buy my book, the most important point. Stay nerdy, and I will see you when you have this book. I will come to your house and shake your hand.
True. All right. So I guess we need to watch the dialogue one, but we'll get to that eventually, I'm sure. Maybe tomorrow. But for now, we have a story to read, or a chapter to read, I guess. But yeah, most of that we could say we're like improving on in a way, but we still need more practice with it. But I think we have the understanding and the fundamentals of it. Alright, you're here, right, Sean? I believe in you. I mean, what?
When I am in an improving competition and my opponent was really bad last year.
I was half expecting that to say, and my opponent is a tox. It's like, how can I tell if I'm improving? Because I always beat him. There's no back and forth. Is there any real improvement?
Speaking of beating you, do you want to play more Smash Up in 3 days?
Tom SK, welcome, welcome. How's it going, brother? 3 days. Yeah, sure, Levi. Sounds good. I will mark that down. I would love to. It's on Facebook. Wait, Sean, you're one of those? No, no, please. You're one of them? Oh, God. No, Sean, you're shattering my reality. How dare you? It's kind of weird to say, but I'm basically running away from my Facebook. Let's just say that. Fuck that shit. It's the only reliable method for my kids to contact me, and there's reels there. You sound like my dad, Sean. I'm like, okay, as long as you don't get TikTok, you'll be fine. But I guess you're old enough. You didn't have Facebook in high school, did you, Sean? Because like Facebook was like grade 9 or grade 10 for me when Facebook came out. And I'm pretty sure you're like you're at least like TikTok is evil, even if it does have a few decent shows there. I mean, the ones on Asmon's subreddit. Oh, that was another thing I was gonna say. I don't remember when this was, guys. But, like, a couple of days ago, we were talking about something like statistics. It was something about statistics. And I was going to mention this specific clip, and I never did. And then I saw it again today on... on Asmon's stream. And I was like, fuck, I don't remember what we were talking about, but I was going to reference this clip.
I collected a lot of data. We collected millions of observations on everyday use of force that wasn't lethal. We collected thousands of observations on lethal force. And it was in this moment, in 2016, that I realized people lose their minds when they don't like the result. And so what my paper showed, you'll see tomorrow, like some of you, was that, yes, we saw some bias in the low-level uses of force, every day pushing up against cars and things like that. people seem to like that result. But we didn't find any racial bias in police shootings. Now, that was really surprising to me because I expected to see it. The little-known fact is I had 8 full-time RAs that it took to do this over nearly a year. When I found this surprising result, I hired 8 fresh ones and redid it to make sure. They came up with the same exact answer, and I thought it was robust. And then I went to go give it, and my God, all hell broke loose. It was a 104-page, dense academic economics paper with a 150-page appendix, okay? It was posted for 4 minutes when I got my first email. This is full of shit. Doesn't make any sense. And I wrote back, how'd you read it that fast? That's amazing. You are a genius. And I had colleagues take me to the side and say, don't publish this. You'll ruin your career. I said, what are you talking about? I said, what's wrong with it? Do you believe the first part? Yes. Do you believe the second part? Well, the issue is they just don't fit together. We like the first one, but you should publish the second one another time. I said, let me ask this. If the second part about the police shootings, this is a literal conversation. I said to them, if the second part showed bias, do you think I should publish it then? And they said, yeah, then it would make sense.
Public
and I said,
fucking
I guarantee
perception.
I'll publish it. We'll see what happens. So it was, I lived under police protection for about 30 or 40 days. I had a 7-day-old daughter at the time. I remember going and shopping for, because, when you have a newborn, you think you have enough diapers, you don't. So I was going to the grocery store to get diapers with an armed guard. It was crazy. It was really, truly crazy.
And that's how people react to shit that they don't fucking, like. And I think this clip was in reference to Chapter 2 during the inauguration. And it's when people hear something that they don't agree with, they go fucking berserk. Especially when it comes from an authoritative figure. It is like 10 times fucking worse. But yeah. I fucking love that clip, because it shows how people don't actually care what the data is. They want to believe what they want to believe. Like, a great example of this is me when people say Fudas aren't the ideal human form. Exactly, Eggy! And it's like, and the greatest thing is you have nuance even between Fuda. Is it like, does she just have like a massive clit that's like a dick? Does she have balls as well? Does she also have a vagina? Like there are many stages of Fuda. It's not just one thing, right? Why my mouth watering? True, Eggy. Wait, Levi, when you say both, do you mean like all three, as in a cock, balls, and vag? Or do you mean just like, just a cock and vag? Yeah, but Levi, there's like I guess actually, let's just say there's 4. There's 4 iterations, right? So you have a cock, you have a clit, you have the balls, and the vagina. You don't have a sundae without the cherries. A true Fuda has both, not only on the exterior, but the interior, so they can be impregnated and impregnate others, and nurse the children born. True, Sean. What I think of in any scale of Fuda is can their physical body be used to penetrate? Can they be penetrated? But do they have balls? Because some of them have like this, like, it's an imaginary thing. Clit is usually present with the vag. Asking if they'd have no clit is asking the penis would have no head. No, but what I'm saying, Levi, is there's ones that like their clit is like their dick, right? It's like they don't. It's like it's a functional dick, but it's like they don't actually have a real clit because their clit is a dick, right? Whereas there's ones that have, like, you know, the clit at the bottom base of the dick. And then there's ones with the balls hanging over top of the clit with the vag there, right? So, like, what I'm just trying to get into, like, the nuanced super specifics of it, because there are certain stages. Whether you think that's a true Fuda or not, because I enjoy all forms of them for different purposes, right? The Fuda exists, I think that males and females would have eventually died out. Yeah, Sean, if the... Like, there are a lot of animals that are not necessarily, let's say, like a Fuda, but they are intersex. Like, they can literally change their sex depending upon the, dynamic spread percentage of male-female. We gotta talk in-depth Fuda classifications before GTA 6. Hey man, all I'm saying is I love my Fudas, okay? It's good shit. If only it was real. Wait until we get Fuda Cat Girls and I will no longer be streaming. Because I will be in the dungeon. Unless, well, I won't be streaming on Twitch, let's just say that. I'll be streaming, but I won't be streaming on Twitch. It'll be a whole new type of content. But anyways, in a perfect world, all sentience would have always been Fudas. Yeah, true. That's why the type of stream that's $15 a second. True, Eggy, true. That's why we do it, boys. No more gender inequality because there's only one gender. But then there would be some other thing, right? Then you'd have the classifications of you're a ballless Fuda. Then it becomes even more complicated. People will always find a way to discriminate. No matter what. Because no one's the same. Hair color, eye color, height, weight, bone structure, gender, thought process, ethnicity, fashion, anything. Anything someone can find. Because that's how people are. And people are the only real consciousness that we know. So, creating characters that feel human in this concept of, like, dynamic action and experience, I think is only easily done as a person who has those kinds of experiences, or can think about those kinds of experiences, and can, like, go outside the box, like if you're watching a movie, and extrapolate to an entire world, and then evaluate that, break it apart, and figure out, like, what are the pieces that make it work. Were I to design a person's body, the testicles would be inside pockets of the hip bone, protected on all sides from harm. That hairy sack isn't appealing. Sean, do you know why the testicles are on the outside of the body? Yeah, I was gonna say, Levi, the reason that your balls are on the outside is because of temperature. Because they need to be at a lower temperature so they don't overheat. I learned that in school. Don't call Itox a hairy sack. Also, to store the pee. Yes, Aggie. Exactly. That's why my balls inflame even when I have to go to the bathroom. Has nothing to do with my prostate, I swear. Heat control is what I've been told. Yeah, Sean, exactly. So unless you had like an internal regulation thing, it's like that's one of the biggest problems. Got a prostate like a watermelon. True. Okay. I think we're ready, guys. Let's do this. Here we go. I finally decided on a name for the baby. Brayden. Wait, you chose Brayden? Wait, Sean, did you know about this before you chose this name? This story is 3 years old. The name hasn't changed. Yeah, okay, I'm pretty sure it's this.
Only, so
hold on, it's this one.
Shout out to my 2% audience that's from Australia. But Jade and Brayden better start running. This is what happens when you show people up your kilt. So for some reason it's set to players 4. We're not doing that. We're doing players 8. And this is where I better get used to. Rules of the run, very simple, guys. If I'm in town, I just need to run out as soon as possible. So no messing around, no chatting to anyone. There's a few things like, you know, no gambling, there'll be no shops, there'll be no stash. It's going to be a tough one. A lot of people told me this is a lot tougher than I should maybe expect it to be. But at least that
Wait, was it at the beginning and I missed it? Oh, I think I missed it.
Our plump barbarian.
Citizens of Harper, they've come after you. The plain little ordinary people, the ones you've been laughing at, have Franz Kindler. Well, you can't fool them anymore.
So I've been chased out of every town I've ever been in. I've tried to find the most hated name for this character.
Most hated baby names. The top 2 are Jaden and Brayden. So the character's name is Jaden Brayden. And I just thought it was hilarious that you named him Brayden.
I think this is Aussie only, so shout out to my 2% audience that's from Australia.
It's not quite spelled right, but I just thought that was fucking hilarious. I was like, wait, are you trolling? Oh, that's so good though. Yeah, if you like D2 runs, check out Prophet Ezekiel, man. He does like super lengthy videos, like 2-hour long videos of like full dives into like ridiculous challenges. He actually just posted like the nightmare version of that Jaden Brayden, which is fucking crazy. Him trying to like farm gear and shit because he has no stash tab, no bank, no nothing. So he's just like stashing shit in random fucking places. Brayden, I love it. It's perfect for him. Hello, little Brayden. I'm your big sister Gabby, and you're going to be a big brother soon. I squeezed both my children to the delighted giggles of both. Then the time came and the joy vanished. We went and watched the execution. With stony faces of people who were doing the utmost not to show emotions, or would be bawling our eyes out. Watching Brayden's birth mother, literally, losing her head almost broke me, especially seeing the smile on her face, looking at her son safe in my arms. Mitchell and Darla didn't have to go to the execution, to which they were half as grateful as I was. They kept me from diving into depression as I instructed them in their lessons. A week later, we had broken out our funk. Your Majesty, what's the Navy situation? How many ships are in the fleet? I don't understand the concept of a navy. We have some fishing boats, but nothing can go far from shore or carry anything large. I was dumbfounded. I need to reach the sea. I'll make a proper dry dock, and I think I can manifest a hull with earth magic out of stainless steel in a single piece. I did a smaller piece at the farms, just a saw then, but still I manifested it with magic. I can do the same with the ship hull. Then have the shipwrights finish it off after it's launched into the water, adding sails, rope, the anchor, perhaps assuming I can't manifest that too. Then perhaps I can find some trade routes by sea to carry goods cheaper. I was animated about this project. Fascinating. I assume our smiths would be able to repeat your designs. I shook my head. No, the smiths couldn't do it. They'd need multiple pieces to be able to weld the seams and coat the whole thing in paint. But the shipwrights can build wooden ships based on my design using the dry dock. I'm just cheating with magic to get something extra sturdy for exploring. Very well, daughter. I approve. And since your honeymoon had to be cut short for such a distressing issue, take everyone with you. Enjoy the seaside for all of us. Maybe you can bring back something tasty. The first of the new carriages is ready, though without the royal crest, but I doubt you'll mind that. They're very excited about building stagecoaches, and have 3 of them in progress. Well, only 1 carriage is being built at a time. I bowed to the king, in a thorough smile, and a thoroughly smiling alien. Oh my god, I'm bad at reading. Bowed to the king and a thoroughly smiling alien. Jeanette and Gabby followed me out. Mitchell and Darla decided they'd rather stay at the castle, since Cassandra and Adele had taken over on the lessons. And they didn't want their mother to forbid any future visits because they didn't stay where they were supposed to be. Smart thinking. Though I feel bad about not taking you to see the sea with us. It's a rather special thing. We'll have to fix that another time then. I love you guys, and I want you to take care. I'll bring you a souvenir when I come back, even if I have to send it with a messenger, okay? I hugged Darla and lightly punched Michael on the shoulder, which made him grin broadly. We will take care of our studies, and help where we can in the kitchens. I'm kind of glad we won't have to attend the dining hall while you're gone. That would be awkward. I'd like to leave you in charge of the cat, too. This might be a bit much for Midas, after all. Darla beamed. I'd love that. We get along anyway. Don't forget Van, called Gabby. We won't be able to only take your detail, I'm afraid, stated Alien. True. But tell my detail to bring their casual uniform as well as their official uniform. Never know when we need to be unobtrusive. Alien sent a maid with the messages, and we went to pack. Alien, like us, decided the adventuring style was more practical for travel, but she packed gowns for the other side, as did we, not knowing what we might face on our travels. The lookout had been equipped with its own crossbow and quiver of bolts to my relief. I sat on the bench between them and the driver, which startled everyone. I'm going to be paving the road ahead of us. I need to be here. It will speed our travel a lot. A little depressed, but understanding, the others piled into the carriage's interior. The ride was smooth and quick, nothing like a car, but much better than previous attempts. With the shocks and the paved road, I was making ahead of the horses. They shied a bit at first, but quickly settled as the strange thing kept going away, instead of coming closer. The trip to the ocean was supposed to take 3 weeks, but the paving sped us up greatly, and we reached the first town along the way that night. Having stopped 10 miles to kill monsters and harvest what we could, we then turned those materials in at the guild prior to finding a place to sleep. I raised a new wall, like the one I had built for the farming community, expanding the town's footprint by more than double. The guards were shocked and irritated and needing to defend a larger wall, then overjoyed when they realized the total dominance the wall provided. They didn't really need to defend the whole wall, just mount a couple of guards on the towers that could direct forces to the assaulted sides. We left the next morning, just after breakfast, and continued paving the road towards the sea, passing through another town, stopping long enough for the horses to rest and be watered. I constructed a new wall there, with the same set of reactions. Then we reached the third town before we had to call it a night. Another wall built, horses tended, dinner eaten, and sleep, before setting off after breakfast again. Having killed monsters 20 different times the day before, we weren't too surprised to stop for more monster killing 30 times that day. Only it all happened before we reached another town. The guild hall was overjoyed to receive all our bounty, and another wall was erected. When they said they couldn't afford the full bounty, I didn't even care. I just said take it all. Don't pay me anything. Just update our rank plates and make a profit instead. Put the rewards to the use of this guild branch instead. It's an investment for the royal family, see? Bowing and overzealous thanking for my generosity followed, causing me to cringe. Yeah, I get it. Just update the plates, please. I didn't rank up, but Jeanette did. She was steel plate now, and silver wasn't too far off, it seemed. We left after breakfast again, and before long we could see the coastal town we were heading to. It was rather small for what I thought a port town should look like, but plenty of room for expansion. Outside of the palisade walls, my wall construct rose almost automatically at this point. I extended it out into the water, making a large artificial harbor, and the dry dock rose just about halfway to the new wall on the left side of the town as we approached. The road continued right up to the gate, but I also aligned a new road to the dry dock supply yard that I had constructed. The carriage didn't even need me to tell it to go straight there. We stopped, and I immediately started to manifest the ship's hull. And before the delegation from the town arrived, I had tilted the new hull into the water, with braided cables to keep it from going too far. The town delegation stood in shock for all of 10 seconds before a group of shipwrights who had come along sprang into action. They had the new hull tied up and a new pier I had built next to it in no time. The biggest grins ever were on their faces. Excuse me, Master Shipwrights. I hope you don't mind the head start on this one. I needed something big and durable as the Royal Scout ship. Can I trust you to finish her up? Also, I'll need some precious drink to put into a container and cork it up. Then we smash the container, causing it to break at the exact time we say the ship's name. It's a ceremony from my original nation. A precious drink, you say. My wife had made a strange drink using honey, which makes people feel strange if they drink too much. But we like it. Don't even have a name for it yet. But would that maybe work? I smiled. Yes, I think a mead would be a perfect choice. That's what the drink you mentioned is called back in that nation. Mead it is. I like that. I manifested a glass wine bottle and handed it to the man. This is the container. It's fragile, and I can't manifest a cork with magic. I hope you can manage that part somehow. Also, tell your wife that the drink is best out of an oak barrel. Not sure why, but that's the barrel of choice for the experts. I thank you, milady, and I have plenty of cork bark just now. It should stop it up right nice. You're very welcome. In the meantime, gather all the shipwrights so I can demonstrate the dry dock here. That way, you can all use it when you need to build a larger hull. Also, I need the wharf watch so I can show them how to operate the sea gate. It reduces the waves during storms and can block the harbor from an enemy if needed. There are weapon emplacements out there, but no weapons there yet. I'll need to ship them from the capital, but it's the only place that can currently make the weapons. Though you can make bolts here. It took only a week for the ship to be finished and crewed. Then we had a naming ceremony. I christened it the Tiger's Eye, since I intended it to be the eyes of the nobility, which were all tigers. I then ordered a shakedown cruise, having spotted an island off in the distance, which naturally nobody knew anything about. Dun dun dun. Nice. Hell yeah, Eggy. Agreed. Backflips all day, boys. Any thoughts? I mean, we were just doing a thing on Subtext, and maybe there's some dialogue in there, like paving ahead of the horses kind of idea. But I don't know. But looking at it from that complete standard, because that's where my mindset is at right now, it's mainly like... maybe not stating the exact amount of monsters. Jane still isn't comfortable with noble treatment, that's for sure. Like, say, like, we killed more than yesterday, kind of leave it vague, so the audience, because, like, numbers, like, hard numbers like that, especially even numbers, are, like, I find immersion breaking. Whereas, like, an inference of, like, a bunch, you know, or even only saying it once and then saying more instead of saying like 20 and then 30. But I mean, other than that, I yeah, no problems. But that's again all under the subtext, like, recency of the react, right? That wasn't the number of monsters, but the number of times they had to stop. Though your point is taken. Yeah, right. Exactly, right. Okay. We're like so close to being done the story. Agree with exact numbers are a bit immersion breaking. Okay, so... Right, so he's going to buy an Aurora class cruiser. Yeah, he's talking about his next ship. Newly acquired extravagant taste. Custom order design one from scratch. Nice! It's reversed today. Let's do it.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
True. That's the good stuff right there. 150. Jesus, bro. That's almost max. Oh, fuck. Okay, guys. I'm ending the stream. It's over. It's done. There's no point. Everyone can go home. Somehow I missed that. It's over. It's done. Everyone can leave now. You don't have to. Yeah, nope. It's done. It's over. It's broken. There's no point. Bye. I sucked earlier. I think I was almost at 0, like 5%. Damn, that fucking sucks. Well, yeah, we gotta just, you know, keep pressing it, keep pushing on, and you know, it is what it is. Sometimes you can't win. So you just gotta take the L and learn from it, right? Nice, Eggy, win.
Dunmer. Kangaroo Man. Kate Sith are like the chibi version of a cat girl. Which would be Mithra. They're like chibi Mithras. I'm trying to think like classic, like frickin' sea, just like, how do I say this? Like, oh, like a wooden ship, right? Like your sails and everything. So it's like, it's designed like an ancient ship, where it's got like, you know, but the sails on it are like the cargo hitches, and that's where it's like it's usually meant for like trailers. It's not meant for like, you know, like massive cargo things, but usually you have like a trailer that you attach to the back of the yacht. It's basically like a space yacht, but it's like designed inspired by the imaginings of grand old ships of Earth that ruled the seas in the days before. Technological, or let's just call it the industrial age.
I'm just saying, this was like the problem I was having with, I was like, man, if I do subtext, then when I'm writing this draft, subtext might have been better for a thing to do for an edit, but I didn't know what else to do. And, like, a lot of this is what I was thinking of contained dialogue. So I was like, well, let's try and do this of him, like talking about the ship. And then what he's going to be doing is he's going to be going to different, paradise planets, essentially, and, like, resorts. And he's going to be ranking them and seeing, like, which ones are the most worthy to get the first Stargates. So that's his mission right now for, like, the next 300 years. And while the Stargate technology still begins to develop until they're ready to push it out to the public. But they need a list of like, the first off people that are going to get it. And they need that to be kind of a secretive kind of thing so nothing gets out. So, you know, people don't really know about it because they want it to be like a shadow drop kind of thing. Just testing the waters. Like, slowly giving it to, like, individual people and then seeing how that builds and how people think about it before they go full mainstream with it. We're just gonna write it. Fucking stop thinking about it. Just goddamn write it like you've been doing the entire time. I don't know why this is so hard. Hmm. these reacts are getting faster and faster. It's because these reacts don't require, like, the writing ones go faster than the world building ones. Because the world building ones are usually me just talking about my book and, like, how I've layered things and made things. But, like, the ones that are, like, writing go faster because I'm just absorbing knowledge from it. I'm not actually... Plus, there were no interruptions, right? Even with, like... Oh, Eggy, wait. That's because world building is the fun part. Exactly, Levi. But I still want to do the on-writing ones because they do help me categorize, in some cases, things. But we've already done a subtext one before, but I'd like to do the dialogue one after. And the fact I saw Tarantino on there was like, okay, yeah, we have to do that. But it wasn't that in-depth with a Tarantino. It only one Tarantino example. Sad face. There's so many. He's such a good dialogue writer. Man, this OST cooked so hard. I'm like, wait, Levi, you know what this is? Because I was wondering if anyone would get this. Because I never really played it. Like, I kind of did, but I never really did. Sky Terrorists took me out. Like, I had like a cracked version on my computer. And it's just like everywhere you go, it'd just be like you're attacked and killed by a fucking Sky Terrorist. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is so bullshit. My friend warned me about it too. And I was like, what the hell? But yeah. I figured choosing Oblivion would be a little, like, you know, too much. So, I thought this one, yeah, cliff racers are a pain. Yeah. So stupid. Do you know what the one before this was, though, Levi? The song we were playing previously, or the soundtrack we were playing previously. That one I never played and never watched anyone play. I only watched the TV show. And I was super sad at the way it all fucking went down. Worst fucking decision ever. Oh, I thought you were asking about Daggerfall there for a moment. Well, just the one that was on before this. Hold on, I'll just... The Witcher. But I don't know if you played The Witcher or not. Ah, haven't played it? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, I haven't played it either. I hardly know her. True, Eggy, true. Tried reading it, but it felt like the author had one hand down his pants while writing it. Oh, a lot of her boobs bobbed boobily. Really? I've only really actually heard good things about the books. But yeah, I've never read them either. But I can understand it, because yeah, there's a lot of fucking... Full stop. Just period. Just a lot of fucking. I'm sure it's good for fantasy gooners, like the monsters were good in the fights, but yeah, just felt like thinly disguised goon slop for me. Stories about sex are almost always lame because sex is an incredibly uninteresting character motivation. That's why it's like sex in my book is just part of the degenerates. It's like, yeah, they're like the people that are addicted to sex, and then there's the people that are addicted to drugs, and then there's the people that are addicted to violence. It's just a stage of the lower, like... You know, like a commentary almost on what I would consider the people that get pulled into those are the lowest. Well, it's a self-insert for my political views on the idea that the bottom 15% of the population are not good or productive parts of society, and creating vices to lock that percentage of the population basically out of society because of them, such as drugs, sex, and violence, I think is the way that you get rid of that bottom 15% and weed them out. We got to talk eugenics before GTA 6. I'm just saying, like, if they're the people that are, and the thing is, guys, I would be a part of that bottom 15% for all three of those reasons. Because I have a fucking extremely addictive personality. So if it was just presented to me, like in the tree, if it was just... Okay, I am I have a temper. Because I am really bad at holding my shit in for the longest time, and then snapping at the wrong person for the wrong reason over nothing because I've been holding a bunch of other shit in. But I was gonna say, Eggy, you weren't here for the day that I had today, bro. You want to hear about the day that I had today? It was a fucking goddamn day today. You were? Okay, good. Good. Because I was like, do I have to fucking do this again? I was just listening in. Okay. Yeah. But if you want to see, this is the picture of the fucking toad. With all the fucking shit in it. It's when the ultimate MILF was here. I mean, Essentia. I mean, it's true. It's true. We all know what was going on during that moment, right? But yeah, she kind of looks like one of my managers. So I thought it was funny that she was here. Because I was like, yeah, she's like tall, but like super small. Right? Well, she's not that. She's like 5'9". I'm 5'6", right? So like 5'9" to me is tall. It's fishing gear, like lures and electronics, like cords, chargers, headphones, basically fucking anything. Oh, and it had like, you know, for like the tops of like lighters, like welding lighters and stuff, like, you know, the metal pieces that you like attach to like a person, like if you had like you attach like a propane tank to it, right?
Like 15 or 20 of those. A backpack stuffed with fucking wallets. Like 309 items, bro. 309 items. $6,500. Some people. The resale value of that must be beans. Well, the thing is, well, if someone comes up to you and they're like, hey man, I got a bunch of like fishing lures and shit. You want like a couple of them for like $5? No one's gonna say shit, right? So it's like, they're super fucking, especially around here. Like everybody fishes around here. So it's like, it'd be super easy to fucking peddle that shit. You could probably make like 2 or 3 grand. So probably like half the value of it. But yeah, it's just some people. Some people blow my fucking mind, man. Just blow my fucking mind. So insane. Saw an article where some thieves had spent a year stealing stuff and made $10K each. Each is half minimum wage. Yeah, like, most of the time, like, you just don't really make that much money, right? It's more of, like, usually an interim thing. Where it's like, fuck, I don't have enough money for the drugs. I need to go steal something and peddle it, right? That's generally how it is. At least, they were working about 40 hours a week stealing, so they should have just got a normal job. Yup. People are dumb. People are dumb. But there's some things people are willing to do that are fucking ridiculously hard, stupid, and dangerous, and, like, unlawful. But they just can't handle sitting at fucking Walmart and standing there for 8 hours a day. It's like, sorry, bud. You would have been probably better off in another part of the world. Because you'd probably be dead, but you'd probably have better life lessons. Because, you know, we're very lax here. But, you know, it is what it is. When I was a kid, I used to take cans and bottles to Oregon to get the deposit off them. Now, it's a misdemeanor for a non-Oregon resident to get a deposit. Recycling in Washington State, where I live, is by the pound, and it isn't worth doing. Fill a minivan with cans, crushed to save space, and you might get $8 in aluminum. Yeah, but they charge you here 10 cents a bottle to purchase it as like a deposit tax. I don't know if they do that with you. So, like, every plastic bottle is 10 cents, and larger plastic bottles can be up to 25 cents. So, like, something like this, which is 1 liter or 2 liters, is like 15 cents. And then, like, a milk jug is 25 cents. They do that in Oregon, even if you're not an Oregon resident, but only an Oregon resident can claim the deposit that has already been paid. Then you can only turn in the bottles and cans to stores that sell that brand. Yup. It's a fucking scam, Sean. It's a fucking scam. How the hell did we let this shit happen? Our forefathers are rolling in their graves being like, you guys are so duped. We were trying to run away from this shit and we wound up becoming it. God damn it.
Do not redeem, Blizzard. No, you must not. It is a bad idea. You must not. Sean, do not redeem. Blizzard, do not redeem. I said do not redeem. I need your social insurance number and the 3 numbers on the back of your credit card, good sir. What is the numbers? Need those numbers. No, sir, please. No, do not. That is not how it works. Okay, I will explain the process again, sir. I call you give me the number, correct? I activate the card for you, and then you'd use the money. Do you not understand, sir? But if you use the redeem, then I cannot take the money for. I mean, if you use the redeem, then it does not work, and then you are not able to use the money. Do you understand? Yes, you must please do not redeem. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What would you call it? Like basically it'd be like acknowledged as an actual thing by like the government, where it's like this is like it's become official. Like a legally registered technology? And like backed by the government? So it's not like some rogue dude, like, you know, it's like right patent. I'd say it would have already been patented. Incorporated? Or it now met the minimum safety requirements to be implemented as a regulated source of travel. Like, what would you call it when it was like airplanes first became like regulated and like a thing where it's like, okay, now we're building airports for airplanes, you know? Like, that's kind of like what I'm trying to think here, because it's like an entirely new technology that's completely coming out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere, but like it's established. Be established as a regulated source of travel. tested by the military as a requisite to... I want a Thor's hammer. A meat dish at a restaurant somewhere. Looks like a beef leg segment, roasted whole, then served in a giant bowl with potatoes, onions, and cheese. From what I can tell, looks insane. Damn, Sean. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I always wanted to have a food truck and go around and, like, make all of my, like, food for people and stuff. Authorized? Yeah, they all work. I just swear there's, like, because I don't know anything, but I swear there should be, like, a legal term. Like, a very specific legal term. Third Wave Barbecue is the tag, but I don't know if that has anything to do with the actual restaurant name. There's the institution and there's the legislation. Yes. The institution would be the Stargate Technology Company. The legislation would be from the government, right? Because it's still a private company. Like, the first airplanes were privately owned, right? Like, there wasn't a government initiative to build airplanes. Regulatory to allow regulatory approval. Sure. We can fix it if it's, like, weird or wonky, but it gets the idea down, right? That it was like an agreement or like a stipulation. It's like, if you let the military test these and then the military says that they're safe enough and they meet the standards, then we'll give you basically the permission to promote and sell the product on the free market. Because it's going to start out as a private venture, and then as the technology grows and it becomes less and less expensive, that will allow for the government to buy it and then establish it as like a norm. Free market, need permission from government. Well, what I mean, Levi, is you can't say this is chocolate milk and sell someone battery acid. Right? Like, the beginning of the free market doesn't start with just giving someone something, right? There has to be an initial, like, what is the product? Why are you selling it? Looks like it's in Melbourne, Australia. Bummer. Damn, Sean. But that sounds really, really fucking good. So it's like, especially with it being like, oh, the Stargates blow up. If you have the potential to kill innocents, just like with airplanes, right? It's like, at what point in time did the government consider air travel safe enough to publicly invest in it, right? That's the point we're at, where there's a couple of private ones that will be available, but the majority of the technology will not be widespread for probably another couple thousand years. And even then, like, the outer regions that just basically got the quantum entanglement technology will probably take another 10,000 years for them, if anyone's still on those stations. If there's a government market, there's a 99% chance you're not talking about a free market involved.
But, I mean, Levi, there has to be some sort of oversight, or anyone could say anything. And what about repercussions? What if you say that you're selling something? So it's like, there's no suppression of anything. I think if there's government suppression of the market, then you don't have a free market. But I think oversight and regulation is a huge part of the economy. If we didn't have oversight and regulation and like consequences and what's the word? Liability, you could basically do anything. And I mean, people will say, oh yeah, you basically do anything. But no, I mean, like, you could literally sell something and say this is chocolate milk and it's like battery acid, right? Without oversight, we'd be back in the days of people putting sand in flour bags to game the weight. Exactly, Eggy. If they need the government's permission to do the thing, then the government is suppressing it. Well, yeah, but I think the government should stop people from doing exactly what Eggy said, which is like putting 90% of it as sand and the top part is flour, and then saying that it's this weight in flour and then selling it to someone. Like, if there's no repercussions for that, you can't even have a market. The only part that the government facilitates is making sure that it's fair trade. In a sense of, you know what you're buying, right? Like, it's like the idea of the customer is always right in matters of taste. The customer can buy whatever they want as long as the customer gets what the customer believes that they're paying for. Free market typically means you're allowed to trade between nations without major consequences. That still has oversight. You typically don't need permission to sell something, but if you misrepresent the item, you're in trouble. Yeah, like China can't ship sand over here and call it flour and start selling it, right? And then claim that we're not a free market because we're not allowing them to sell their sand as flour. Like, sorry to pull China out of my ass there, but I just thought that would be exactly what China would do. They've probably done it. And the US and other countries are like, Jesus Christ, China, get the fuck out of here. We're not buying your sand. You can't market something that's not what it is. It's like, it's not even sand. There should be repercussions, but those should come about through the market. My point was more calling it out, that calling it a free market when government permission is required for a course of market action. Trying to stop buying our plastic recycling because we don't clean it. Makes sense, Sean. You don't get a good product, people don't buy it. But there still has to be an initial oversight originally. So I think that's just a market. It's not a free market. But, I mean, I'd be scared of that kind of market because I would be afraid to buy anything. Because I would never know what I was going to get. Well, again, I bought this keyboard and it was a bag of nails. Issue is if you can disguise the product, like putting 5% sawdust in oat bags. Which, Eggy, people, like, whatever number is because there's an acceptable level of contaminants, right? Now think about this. There should be a scale to those contaminants. Like, this is the, you above this range, you can't sell it to the public. But here, you can call it clean. Here, you can call it, something else. And, like, here, you can call it, like, a natural. But, think about this. How many companies are here? And think about this. Isn't it kind of weird that, like, 99% of companies are literally on the exact level for every single product? You'd think there'd kind of be a, like, dip factor where, some things had more contaminants than others. But it's like, no. if it has less than contaminants, we add contaminants until it hits that level, and then we ship it out. And that's kind of how the idea is. Not easy to do without a strong, mostly centralized authority. Fraud is still fraud. You can be punished for fraud without the oversight of a state. I guess that's true. And we're talking, like, safety regulations here, too, Levi. Like, there is a point where it's like, yeah, this person has sold this thing 3 times, they've killed 6 people, and now no one will buy their product. But then they just keep changing their name and just keep like, you know, it's like, it's just this endless cycle where it's like, no matter what you do, you can't get rid of the people that are going to take advantage of the system. So you have to build something around it. Because at that point, I think the free market would just collapse. Snake oil salesmen existed because it was easy to trick people. Yeah, exactly, with no government oversight. Exactly. Oh, you put this on your skin and you will be reborn as an angel. Only you can see it, but you will see your own wings. It will be grand. $72 for 1 gram. People still sell snake oil with government oversight. Yes, but Levi, it's a safety thing. Because the snake oil, just because people are advertising it falsely, like that's the difference between like false advertisement and a false product. You can say, oh, this product makes your skin shine and makes you youthful, gets rid of all of your wrinkles, and you can sell that, and the government's like, yeah, but does it hurt people? And you're like, no, it doesn't hurt them. Does it cause skin rashes? No. Does it cause skin rashes? If people inhale the fumes, will they die? No. Okay, sell your product. Call it whatever you want. Market it however you want, and then let the free market decide whether they want to buy it. But when it comes to safety, health and safety, that's specifically what I'm talking about for government oversight. Yeah, but it won't kill me, and I can sue them if it does. Exactly, Eggy. Exactly. It's like, I was gonna, actually tonight, probably after the stream, I don't remember what channel it is, but it's like, oh, I think it was Oompaville. I think it was Oompaville. Yeah, the horrors of food dye, and like the people that have died from food dye. I was gonna watch it last night and then I passed out, so I'm gonna watch it tonight after the stream. Cause yeah, food dye is fucked. And like, just not just food dye, but like general dyes in like overall, the amount of like skin damage, internal damage, like shit that's happened because of people putting like just cheap dyes in products, like shampoo and like skin conditioner and like, you know, stuff like that. Like, specifically, like, things that you put on your skin. Like, could you imagine having, like, a nail polish that burned your skin? If it got on your skin? That would be fucking scary. I'd be like, what the fuck is in it? Why does it burn me? Right? But I think this works fine. Main prototypes are tested by the military as a prerequisite to allow regulatory approval.
I love the world building discussions. Yeah, me too. I love world building and like contrasting ideas on how things, because it gives you a solid state for a hypothetical, and it makes that hypothetical more realistic and endearing because it's something that you feel you're presenting to someone that should have depth. So giving the illusion that it's its own world, I think, is a great foundation for that kind of discussion, where it's like everyone can agree that we're not talking about reality, and no one can come into the conversation and say, yeah, but that's not how things are. Because that's like my biggest problem with discussions, is like when I say a hypothetical about what I think the best option is, and then when someone says, well, that's not how the world is, and I go, yeah, that's why I said it's my idea, like my ideal world for that situation. Like, it's something I would dream towards, like try to make happen. I know I wouldn't have to make it happen if it already existed. I mean, it exists some places in a very minute factor, but like, you know, what are we talking about here? So it's like when I'm like, the idea of communism would work in, for instance, like the tree, because of the like there's no scarcity of materials. The only reason they created money was because of new materials being brought in from outside of the tree by adventurers that people were basically scrounging for. And in order to facilitate like spreading of that material and creation of new crafts and like art and stuff, they facilitated the creation of a currency by adopting gil, which is what the adventurers used, and having like a backed gold standard, basically. And the value, this is where I'm like really hazy on like economics and stuff, but like the shifting value of gil itself is like determined by overall product. Like, are we in a surplus or are we in a detriment of like goods production, right? And depending upon that scale, like, are we producing way more goods than people are buying? Okay, well, we need to lower prices, right? Do we have not enough stuff because everyone's buying it? Okay, well, we need to raise prices, right? So there's like that fluctuation there. But I'm not good with economics. I was never a crafter in an MMO. I always wanted to be a crafter, but I just didn't have the patience to sit down and do that shit. I just like grinding monsters because it's fun to kill shit. It's not fun to do crafting. Things like economics are built off of prior knowledge and apply to any world where the laws of logic apply. You can't really violate the laws of economics, but you can flaunt them by creating conditions that justify their effects not manifesting. Yeah, Levi, exactly. Like, inside of the tree, there would be no point for currency because no one needed anything. If you needed it, you just got it. So there was, like, no idea of, like, greed or gluttony or overuse. It was, like, whatever you needed was provided, and no one had thought above and beyond that. And everyone was only concerned with entertainment. And that was the direction. Anything that you needed for entertainment purposes, that was what was a call. Priori is a thing, as in things you can know without any material reference. Skylar, hello and welcome. How are you? We are discussing world building and, yeah, economics. Specifically, economics. And how, like, wording for specific things. Because in this part of the story, we're introducing an entirely new type of transport technology. And we were, like, originally started with the, like, language you would use to state
that something is now like government approved and like regulated and like starting off on a public like in a trade, like starting off in a trade market, right? Because we're finally able to, let's say, sell our first Stargate before, and it's like the beta test of it. This is all to say that things in economics are true independent of the material world, similar to maths. In contrast, things like biology and physics are only true with reference to some physical world. Exactly, Levi. Without, like, if you were born in space and you'd never experienced gravity, imagine finding out what gravity was. That would entirely change your entire concept of existence, right? Just like the idea of finding out, like, there's no gravity in space. Or that falling is the exact same. If you wanna, the best way, guys, if you wanna simulate being in space, just get a trampoline or go to a place with a trampoline and jump on a trampoline and just like bounce on your back. And that falling, that's anti-gravity, boys. That's the exact same thing as being in space. Try to jump as high as possible and have that falling motion as much as possible. It's a good time. You can do some pretty interesting physics experiments as well on a trampoline. Like the whatchamacallit? Like the difference between, like, for instance, if you drop a ball and see, let's say a tennis ball, and see how far you like fall from it. There is gravity in space. That's why the moon can change the tides. Gravity is inversely proportional to distance. So in deep space, the effects of gravity are nearby bodies would be unnoticeable. Yeah, exactly. That's why I mean, like, anti-gravity is basically the same thing as falling, because it's like the idea is you're continuously falling, but you're falling so slowly in a certain direction that it's basically infinite, because you don't have anything to land on it. Everything is moving relative to itself. There have been cultures with very different economics than what we have now. Exactly, Skylar. That's why I'm talking about, like, for instance, in the tree, in the beginning, it was a very communistic society, because inside of the tree, you don't need to eat, there's no fatigue, you don't need to sleep, so you never get hungry, you don't have to drink, there's literally no scarcity of material goods, and there's no need for consumption. And the direction that the society has taken in a cultural way is specifically towards entertainment, directed at dances, plays, songs, and, like, that kind of thing. Anti-gravity is just artificial gravity. A gravitational pull directly opposed to a natural gravity, making gravity's effect on whatever it is between the two fields effectively zero. And Sean, I don't believe that gravity exists. I believe that gravity is an extension of like to me it's like a quantum mechanics versus general mechanics kind of thing, where there's a difference between what we would consider gravity on a scale of us being pulled down to Earth, and the scale of gravity that we would call the bending of space on objects that's scaled to the point of a black hole. I think these are two completely separate things, the same way that magnetism and electric field are two parts of the same coin. You can't have an electric field without magnetism, and you can't have magnetism without an electric field, because one is created by the other, right? It's a symbiotic relationship. So I think gravity has that differential to it, the same as magnetism does, but it's for non-metallic and non, what we would say, electrostatic, or electro-energied, or just electric in general of something, right? Or magnetic, right? Like, we don't consider ourselves magnetic, but I consider gravity a magnetic effect, right? And is it more important the wording that we use, or is it more important the effect? The sun is a tennis ball in the fabric of space. A black hole is a steel ball bearing. Smaller, but much heavier, so bigger distortion. Yeah, but the distortion of that is so negligible on a scale that we feel like standing on Earth compared to what the sun does, right? And I consider the gravity field that we feel on Earth quantum mechanics, whereas the sun and a black hole are general relativity. We just don't have a theory of everything that combines those two together. So either we see them as one thing, or we see them as another, but seeing them as both is a contradiction. Like, general relativity makes it so quantum mechanics can't function, and quantum mechanics makes it so general relativity can't function. But somehow there's a dividing line where at some scale they split into two different entities. And I think that's the two sides of each coin, right? But there has to always be that barrier line, the event horizon of it. I'm thinking this is a good place to end, because this is pretty much what I thought up to. Like, he gets the ship, he goes to a bunch of different planet resorts in different areas, inspecting them to see, and, like, asking them, basically having meetings with them, and discussing whether they want to invest into the Stargate program, whether they want to be on the list of the betas. We actually understand pretty well what gravity is and how it works. What we have trouble understanding is what mass is. Actually, that's a great way of putting it, Levi, because as far as we're concerned, it's 99% empty space. So how does 99% empty space create that kind of effect, right? And I think that might just be a quantum mechanic effect that has something to do with, like, quantum tunneling and, like, the idea of, like, incorporating somehow string theory into what we would consider, like, Newtonian physics. Like, somehow merging string theory. I think that it might just be the way that it winds up being. That there's a piece of string theory and there's a piece of Newtonian physics that somehow match together to create the effect that we see in quantum mechanics. Or we just live in a fucking simulation and it doesn't matter. Because I don't know if I've ever said this on stream or if I've talked to people about this on stream, but it's the idea of when you get down to a single quark or a single particle, we have the point of, like, a Planck length, right? Where we don't believe beyond this point things can be divided. So it's like the maximum point of division. And when we look at wave particle functionality in quantum mechanics, the idea that a wave and a particle are the same function, but one is a warping of a field to create an effect. And that's what we would call a particle. And a single particle can only have, it's more than a Planck length is the smallest length we could theoretically make any observation of. I just think Planck length is the minimum viable as far as, like, going below this doesn't really change anything. Like, there's no comparison of something smaller than it. I think the Planck length is the smallest piece of physical reality that we've been able to examine in full. But you can still half zoom, half zoom, half zoom, half zoom, half zoom, half zoom. You should be able to technically zoom in infinitely. Whether you would be able to see anything or anything is a completely different aspect of that, right? Well, it's time, folks. Keep plugging on. One word at a time. Must feed the hangry beast and inspect some eyelids.
fuck you. Go to hell. Go directly to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect immortality, because we're friends in the life version of Monopoly. Nice. I agree, Sean. Hell yeah, brother. Take it easy, good sir. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out and coming on and sharing with us your greatness that is Catversion. But the idea that a particle... How do you say this? Like, a particle can only contain a single piece of information. So, for instance, you can't know where something is and how fast it's moving. You can either know how fast it's moving or where it is. As soon as you pinpoint its location, its speed hits infinite. Whoops. As soon as you calculate its speed, its location becomes everywhere. And this is believed to be due to a single bit system. Whereas if we are in a simulation, there would be, for a single particle, only one operation, which would be one or the other. And if you were trying to gain two pieces of information from a single particle, the simulation wouldn't allow that to happen because you can only have one number in one particle. And that's like a limitation of the system that we're plugged into. And as far as I'm concerned, that is the strongest evidence I've seen for us living in a simulation. But it's the concept of, until we have full deep dive VR, there's no way to know. But as soon as we have deep dive VR, there is basically a 0% chance that this is actually reality. Because what are the chances that we're the very first beings in all of existence to figure this out? If it's possible, someone has done it before. So it's a statistical anomaly that we would be the first. Damn, I was just in the middle of typing this point. There are some things that I know, Levi. I'm not much, but I do know some things. So I'm glad that I'm at least on point with this from your perspective as well. Because I just find this stuff absolutely fascinating. Because it's like, to me, as a writer, right, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. It's the thought. Because I can use the thought, I can manipulate the thought, and I can add that into my writing. Because my world doesn't have to have a connection between quantum mechanics and normal Newtonian physics in order for it to have any value, right? Which is where I think, again, talking about this in the context of writing makes it a lot more powerful and reasonable to people, because it removes the element of reality and people have this suspension of disbelief, essentially. But, as always, let's Oblivion. For people to agree with me, they have to suspend disbelief. I mean, at some point in time, yeah, right? I mean, my ideas are that wild. Or people think my ideas are that wild. But I don't know. I'm like Asmund in the place of I think about the solution and I don't care what the repercussions of that are. I just want the solution. And usually 9 times out of 10, actually true at some point in time due to epistemological limits. Just got a random 18 plus content warning flash up. Yeah, because I swapped to Elder Scrolls, which is technically 18 plus. Because you know how they love to rate games. Unless I click the wrong button. But I'm pretty sure Twitch just automatically does that. I can check, though. Maybe us talking about food has flagged something for me. This mature rated video game may not be suitable for all viewers. Wait. Mature rated game. Yeah, okay. I can't get rid of that. That's just the category itself. Epistemology is the study of how we can even know anything. Like the idea of how can you recall things as well? Does that include that? Like the idea of memory itself and like how you can store such insane amounts of memory and then pull it out so clearly. Like me with my world building, I can go the entire day without thinking about anything. Someone sparks an idea and it's like all of a sudden it's like it's been downloaded back into my head, you know? Like, how do we know the laws of logic are true? I mean, I ask myself this question in a different factor, Levi. I say to myself, what if my green is your blue? This is how I use this as a metaphor of how I enter other people's perspectives. When I think of someone else looking at something physically, I imagine that their color schemes are completely different than mine. So like, my green is their orange is my blue, but we all see this color as what we would call blue. But if I had your eyes, this would actually be what you saw as blue. Or maybe this is what you saw as blue, right? Or maybe this is what you saw as blue. But we all see the same, so we all say it's the same, but how do we know that we all see blue as the same color? That's phenomenology. It's somewhat different, but there's overlap. Okay. My thing is like, the only thing you can prove in a physical reality is math. For instance, this is a singular object because I'm classifying it as a singular object. This is the same object, but it's a second version of this object. Thus, I have two objects. That is 1 plus another, which is 2. I can physically prove that math states 1 plus 1 is 2. You cannot do that with thought in that aspect of logic, right? You're going to upset a lot of epistemologists with this. It comes down to a classification, though. Like I said at the beginning, I am classifying these as a single individual object. Does that classification, like, where does that classification come from? How do you recognize patterns in order to classify something, right? So I think that raises actually even more questions than it gives answers. And the fact that math to us is a logical process, but math in and of itself in a physical reality can be proven, yet there are definitions true, or are we just pretending they're true? I think, Levi, we are pretending. Everything is pretending. Language is essentially the manifestation of
pretending. And we're all pretending together that we all think this object is the same object. And we're going under an underlying assumption that because I see it, you see it. Which is a very, very bold statement to say, right? Especially considering we know there's blind people. So it's one of those things where it's like, the world is so complicated and fucked up, and the human mind is so beyond its own comprehension, that the more you think about it, the more it drives you crazy. Because the more contradictions you'll find in reality, and the more it will twist your mind in a direction that you can, like, feel like you're seeing through reality. And that's like I think that's a big thing for people that are, like, good at history and seeing patterns, and are, like, can basically predict the future on, like, a scale, because you see things happening, right? Like, I don't know if you guys know, but there was a thing where they're, like, trying to ban the ADF in, like, Germany. Over, like, they claimed it to be extreme party, and now they're trying to, like, see if they can go towards the direction of banning it. But it's like, and Asman asked a very important question with this. Should you be able to democratically remove democracy from your society? If you vote into your own bad interests, is that still democracy? Or should that be protected? Should there be protections in line on a base level that prevent people from voting away democracy? I think on a baseline there should be, like, a backup system that says, no, hold on, we tried it, and it didn't work. But I think initially, off the bat, it's one of those things where it has to be, I think it has to be presented to people in order for them to understand it truly. Once they live it and feel it, and again, it's like that idea of the meme, hard men make peaceful times. Peaceful times make weak men. Weak men make war times. War times make hard men. Hard men make peaceful times. And it's just a circle. Hard men make me happy. That's a fairly common religious argument called presuppositionalism, that argues that our underlying assumptions about epistemology point towards the existence of God. See, and I would say it points towards not necessarily, like, the existence of God, but the existence of an external consciousness. That our brains are not the end-all, be-all of the mechanism of consciousness. That we are simply the hardware, but the software that's actually running on our brains, I think, is a completely separate thing that comes from an outside source. And that's kind of what I'm basing, like if you look at my book, I'm literally writing the Bible about my beliefs of how, like, a world should operate. And I think if you're a writer, that's what you should do if you're trying to create a world. You should have the ideas that resonate with you. Because that's going to be the passion that other people that have those ideas have the highest % of resonating with. So if you're trying to hit an audience, hit the audience that's you, and you can accommodate and acclimate to that audience. The existence of an external consciousness is at least 60% of the way to believe in God. Yeah, exactly. Like, God is the accumulated, overall, overarching, uninterrupted, unbarriered consciousness of existence and reality. And it goes beyond our reality, thinking of that our reality is a thought in God's head. Like, I think that's a way that a lot of people think of it but can't put it into words, that our existence is merely a thought in God's imagination. But anyways, let's at least load the fucking game up, right? And have a tote, because, like, we've had limited amounts of totes. I'm not high enough for this shit, brother. Yeah, like, I would love to see the person who says, I don't believe in outside consciousness, but I believe in God. But I don't believe that God is consciousness. And it's like, well, I think you mean God isn't our level of consciousness. It's a consciousness so far beyond us, we can't grasp it. But I think the underlying fundamental principle of the existence of God is through consciousness. I was gonna say, damn, it's really early for the birds outside. Now here's a test, guys. Can you tell what's the subtext of that sentence? Oh shit, I almost wound up in the water.
Speak.
It's interesting because a lot of atheists are willing to concede the existence of an unaccosted cause of the existence of the universe, but not that cause is or has consciousness. Yeah, I find that very odd too, Levi. And the fact that you're using consciousness to come to this conclusion that consciousness wasn't a part of the creation of the universe. So you're saying, how does consciousness exist in a fundamental sense if consciousness was not a fundamental part of the creation of the universe or the creation of existence? Because those kind of people just say, oh, consciousness is just an emerging factor from a complicated system. Which, would that not mean that gravity in and of itself would be conscious? Because gravity and physics and logic themselves and mathematics are all extremely complicated systems. So, would they not by definition be conscious? And would that not, by definition, make all matter conscious? Which, by definition, would not make all of existence conscious? Yeah, emergent properties are kind of weird. It's, to me, an emergent property is you multiplying by 0 and thinking that it's 1. I think it's just as stupid as the 1 times 1 equals 2. It's like, if you didn't have anything to begin with, you can't increase it. You can't multiply by 0. And it's like, well, we're not multiplying by 0, we're adding. But yeah, where did that 1 come from? The only way to increase is to multiply. And if you have 0, you can't multiply. So where does consciousness come from? And that's a contradiction. That's as much of a contradiction as the gap between quantum mechanics and Newtonian physics. It's maybe something that we're at this level of consciousness and IQ and understanding and brain power. We just don't have the ability to understand. Which is completely fair, because on a scale of what the possibility of consciousness could be, looking at like computers and shit like that, it's like
Go ahead,
the scale and scope of a consciousness embedded into a machine. I mean, hell, that could be the first god.
To find their secret shrine to Mehrunes Dagon, you'll need to study the 4 volumes of Mainkar Cameron's commentaries. It is a fairly common practice of these kinds of esoteric cults to put hidden messages within their sacred writings. In effect, simply by finding their way to the shrine,
this is the part. This is the part that will take you all year. If you're back in a piss,
You've piqued my curiosity about this puzzle. I will think on it myself and let you know if I have any ideas. Check back with me tomorrow after I've given this matter some thought. Half of the Council of Mages resigned when Traven took over the position of Archmage. I'll keep studying the first 2 volumes of the commentaries. Who knows, I might turn up something before you do.
Okay, so I just need to go to sleep? I should speak to Joffrey about how to recover the amulet. Wait, what the hell is this? Says that Mankar Cameron hid a message within his writings so only the enlightened ones could join him in the Mythic Dawn. Should study the books some more. Wait, does that mean I have to, like, actually look at the books? Got Run, nice to see you talking about these issues. Enjoy Oblivion. Hell yeah, Skylar. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good day. Take care. Thanks for, you know, being here and appreciating the conversation. You don't always have to be a part of it to enjoy it, right? Lurkers are the best kind of viewers. Inventory. So I should look at the books. This is everything, right? Volume 4. Okay, quests. Personally, I think we should round up all the lurkers and send them to camps, except me when I lurk. I mean, they can all lurk together, right? I mean, it'd be like a lurk fest. I mean, I'm a lurker. Wait, where the hell am I supposed to go? There's no marker, right? Okay, well, I guess I'm coming back to her tomorrow. So let's... How do I leave? Okay. What do I want? Where's an inn? Like, where can I go to sleep? This place doesn't have a mages guild, right? So I can't go to the mages guild. Where can I sleep here? Market District has an inn. Thank you, Levi. Copious coin purse. The first edition.
Greetings. There's no problem, is there? What are you looking
Directions. Where can I
Merchants
sleep?
Inn in the market, King and Queen in Elven Gardens, the Tiber Septum in Talos Plaza, and All Saints in Temple District. There's also the Bloated Float on the waterfront, but that's not a very nice neighborhood.
Ooh, I should go there.
What are you looking for?
Wait, where did he say? Wait. Where did he say?
Merchants Inn. There's also
Waterfront.
Bye.
Aha. Because you know what? You should go there, Bloated Float on the waterfront.
if I go here, will the Dark Brotherhood come to me? That's what I'm wondering. Because this should be a safe place for that dude, right? And that's the one quest line aside from the main quest line that I actually want to do, is the Dark Brotherhood. But I don't know where a bed would be here. Bloated float. Can I, like, zoom in?
Speak.
The boat?
I am busy, so if you would excuse me. Annoying creature.
Did that guy just call me an annoying creature? I'll fucking slit his throat in the middle of the night.
Hello.
What can I do
shot
for you?
at 3 brothers a couple of days ago. Not sure which one I talked to, though.
All 3 of them are nice folks.
Good night.
Okay. Do I have to talk to someone? The proprietor? Perhaps?
What is it?
Well met. Welcome to the Bloated Float. She's the finest inn on the water in all Cyrodiil. There's a room, all right, and a fine room it is. Yours for the
10
night,
gold?
Romy.
This guy's ripping me off.
A wise choice indeed. You've never had a night's rest like this, I assure you.
Oh, I bet.
The room is down below deck. It's the door on the left. I see no reason to talk to you. Farewell.
Aren't you an ugly one?
Did you just say that to me, bitch? Fuck you up. I thought you said it was the one on the right. Or you said it was the one on the left. Man, everyone hates you. I'm a Dunmer. What do you expect? I'm an ugly ass fucking bitch, too. Like, I would hate me, too. Like... Okay, I guess this wall would be the best one to do it. Because that's where the light is. Look at that face. I'd hate it too if it wasn't me. I'm gonna sleep for like fucking 14 hours tonight, boys. And we have like 2 weeks worth of fucking editing to do. Get all those videos up. You've ascended to level 4! An unexpected voyage. I'm awakened to find that the bloated float is somewhat put to sea with myself on board. I need to find the owner and discover what's happening. Ooh.
Hey, who in Oblivion are you? You don't look like one of the Blackwater brigands. Intruders are my business. I think instead of locking you in the storage room with the bouncer, I'm gonna dump your body overboard. I'm just warming up, you pathetic worm.
Bitch! I killed a thief named Lynch. Apparently he's a member of some group called themselves the Blackwater Brigade. He must have hijacked the bloated float and put her to sea. It appears that Lynch has locked the bloated float's bouncer in the storage room. I should search his body and see if there's a key to free him.
Thank you for freeing me.
Jesus,
I'm Brahman
that
Gromana,
face.
the bloated float's bouncer and helmsman.
I've been locked in that storage room for hours. I don't know exactly what's going on, but not long ago, a gang of thieves calling themselves the Blackwater Brigands stormed the ship. They took myself and Ormel, the float's owner, hostage and put the ship to sea. I have no idea what they're after. If you can get me safely to the top deck, I can steer the float home. But I'm not budging until the coast is clear. I'm used to dealing with drunken louts, not a gang of well-armed thieves.
True.
We rarely get real trouble here. The watch puts a stop to rough stuff damn quick. I'm mostly ornamental at the bloated float. Makes folks happy. All I know is there seems to be 4 of them. They blindfolded me before they put me in here, so I didn't see much.
Can you even see with that eye? Like, it looks like your eye's fucked up, bro.
I'm not listening to you. It's because I don't like you.
Ooh.
The float has 3 decks. This deck is the end deck. The next level up is the tavern deck, and then there's the top deck. Good luck. You'll need it.
How do you know that? My dog keeps tooting. I feel like I'm in a World War I trench.
Oh, there? Where do you think you're going? Celine's not going to like this one bit. I wasn't to be disturbed. The only way you're getting off this boat is when we throw your corpse over the side. Do your worst. Let's get this over.
Can you do the sexy time in Oblivion? I actually don't know if you can do the sexy time or not. I do the sexy time with her, though. She can do the sexy time with me. We have the same brain. I've killed a second thief. This one a dark elf named Minx. Seems like these thieves are using strange code names. The only useful bit of advice I discovered is that their leader seems to be named Celine. I should search her belongings for anything of use. Then make my way to the top deck and secure the ship's wheel for Grumman. You're still rocking the red jammies. Yup, I'm gonna be using them forever. They're my favorite style. Oops, I did not mean to grab everything. Oh wait, Kvatch Curses. 2 half-gooners make a full one? True, Eggy. 1 brain worth of power between 2 people explains a lot. Exactly, Levi. There might even be more. We might have a trio. Not, like, you know, we're not even half a brain each. But yeah, I guess I have to wear this. It's Fortify Endurance and Fortify Strength, right? And it's like, it's a good contrast because it's like we've got the hood that's like the dark side, and then we've got the body that's the light side. So it's like we're pretending, but we forgot to change our hat. You know? We're like playing the paladin, but we forgot to take off the demon
streamer
horns.
discovers armor.
Socrates, this Plato that. Socrates, this Plato that. One singular Fuda R34 could one-shot them both. Exactly. Oh my god. You guys are amazing.
What are you doing up here? They find the Golden Galleon yet? Orders? Celine didn't tell me about this, and I don't remember her taking on someone else to help us find the Golden Galleon. When did all this happen? Damn that woman. She promised a 4-part split when we recovered the Golden Galleon. She never said anything about splitting it 5 ways. She said when we got back to the safe house in Breville, we would divide the loot after she fenced the damn thing. Do Lynch and Minx know about this? Well, since they're out of the way, if I kill you, that means Celine and I split the take 2 ways. This heist is getting better and better.
Yeah, if you could kill me. It's a big ask, bro. Destruction mastery increased. Fire, frost, and lightning have flowed from your fingertips. You are now a journeyman in destruction magic and can cast journeyman level destruction spells. I need new spells! Yay! Bitch. I've slain yet another thief, this one a large Nord named Wrath. He was guarding the ship's wheel. He mentioned that they hijacked the bloated float to recover something called the Golden Galleon. I should now get Gremlin and tell him the path to the ship's wheel is safe.
Sounds like the coast is clear, so I'll make my way up to the ship's wheel. But I'm not moving this hulk an inch until Ormill is safe. I thought I heard an Imperial woman's voice while I was blindfolded. Other than that, I don't know much more about her. Be cautious. Their leader sounds dangerous.
Where did he say he put Ormus? Is he in the basement? Oh, Ormus's cabin. Okay.
How'd you get in here? Roth? I told him to guard the wheel and not talk to anybody. Who are you? We made a solemn pact not to let anyone else join the gang. I can remember it clearly, even though it was... Wrong, fool. I've grown tired of this guessing game. I've much to do, and you're in the way. I aim to rectify that.
Get fucked, bitch! Unexpected voyage. I've decided to kill Celine. Now that she's dead, I should speak to Oral.
Oh, thank goodness. That horrid woman kept threatening me. She said if I didn't come up with a loot, she'd throw me to the slaughterfish. Well, I'm afraid all of this was my fault. They hijacked the bloated float because of me. Business has been waning of late, so I invented a story. I fashioned a tale about a golden galleon that the previous owner hid within this very vessel. It was to be a statuette made completely of gold.
Bro's haircut is pissing me off.
The idea was quite clever, I thought. I figured the lore would draw more curiosity seekers and adventurers looking for the treasure. What could the harm be if while they were here, they bought a drink or two? My business has increased quite a bit since I leaked the story. Well, obviously, I was mistaken. It was a terrible idea. I'm just glad that no innocents were hurt. I wouldn't want to have their blood on my hands.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's probably an elf.
Sorry to ramble. You better get below now and rest until we arrive safely at the Imperial City docks. I'm glad that you were on board to help rid me of them. If you hadn't been here, I don't even want to think about it. I see no reason to talk to you.
Fuck. I reckon Bosmer.
I'll turn over her body and the bodies of her compatriots when we arrive at the Imperial City. Don't let it trouble you, friend. You've already got the room. It's down below deck. Please, go get some rest.
I feel like this is a giant facade. And I'm gonna be killed next. Or this is like some initiation. The red hood with the white vest goes hard. Hell yeah. You send it to level 5. Yeah, actually that works. Sleeping for 0 hours. What is this in a Talks IRL game? And then click the bloated float has arrived back in the Imperial City. I should speak with Ormo. What an adventure, guys. That was crazy.
You're awake. Good. I didn't want to disturb you.
Bloated float doesn't call my
ex-wife.
ex-wife.
What I did with Celine. The authorities at the Imperial City took her off the ship as soon as we docked. I was also informed that there was a reward for her capture.
But I killed her.
Don't spend it all in one place. Unless it's here, of course.
150 gold.
I see no
Nice.
reason to talk to you. She was a ruthless woman, and I'm glad she's gone. Such a waste. Yes, the float is quite a vessel, don't you think? The only functioning tavern and inn on the water in all of Cyrodiil.
Bro still hates
Bought
you?
it
What the
maybe
fuck?
10 years ago when it was decommissioned. Had to gut the whole thing to make room, but kept it seaworthy. All the furnishings were built inside the ship, since they were too big to be carried on board. Spared no expense.
Nice.
Farewell, my friend.
Fancy as fuck, bro, but I gotta go to the whatchamacallit now. The school. I'd hate everyone if I had that weird ass hairdo.
What is it, citizen?
Alright, let's figure this shit out.
Good to see you. What's new with you? What do you want? I turned up copies of the first 2 volumes from my colleagues, and I spent a little time rereading them. Mainkar Cameron certainly is a fascinating writer, undoubtedly insane, but fascinating. Ah, but more to the point, it appears to me that the first words of each paragraph may be significant. A message may be hidden there. I'll continue to study the problem. Come by tomorrow if you like. I may think of something else.
What the fuck am I supposed to do?
The first...
Just keep coming back every fucking day?
Words of each...
Or Maureen. If only you had some books to read. Oh, that's a G. Green. Emperor. Way. Where. To. Or. Tower. Touches. Midday sun. So, green emperor way. Green emperor way where tower touches midday sun.
Which paragraph are the key? Yes. To find their secret shrine to Mehrunes Dagon, you'll need to study the...
So do I just have to come back for another day?
Farewell.
For fuck's sakes. Green Emperor way where tower touches midday sun. But what the fuck is Green Emperor way? This is why I said this would take you a year. I mean, the NPC has to give you a guide, right? Like, it has to put a waypoint on your map?
Don't be the last to read today's Black Horse Courier.
Right? Do I still have the room is the question. Yeah, let's just go full 24 hours. Let's take a toke, though. Can we join Mehrunes Dagon at the end and like have like the bad ending where we become like a Daedric Underlord or something like that? And we destroy all of Cyrodiil?
Afternoon. You have my ear, citizen.
Oh, I don't have any boots on. I was like, why am I on fire?
Hello, Master Wizard.
Yes.
Venivia.
Yes. I think I may have figured out the hidden message in Mainkar Cameron's books. Do you have the 3rd and 4th volumes with you? Excellent. Let's see. Yes. The first letter of each paragraph spells out a message. Write this down. Green Emperor Way, where tower touches midday sun. Are you familiar with Green Emperor Way? The gardens around the Imperial Palace? Something must be revealed there at noon. How exciting.
Let me grab them horns,
I've half
girl.
a mind to go down to Green Emperor Way myself and see what's there. Well,
it's you.
Hi. It's you. Hi. That's like how we are at my work. It's like, it's you. Hey, how's it going? How dare you? Hi, morning.
What is it, citizen?
We call ourselves the Banter Boys. I'm very glad my PC can't run this. I'd never feel sunlight again.
What is it, citizen?
He's a sneaky one. I understand he'll teach others to be sneaky too.
Safe travels.
Good day. Speak.
I'm listening.
I'm not talking. Shut the fuck up, bitch. All you guys do is talk, 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 talk. Green Emperor away. See what we can find. Oh, right. Damn, I was an hour off. Dragon Shrine. I have followed the clues hidden in the 4 volumes written by Mainkar Cameron to a gravestone in the Green Emperor Way. At noon, a map of Cyrodiil appeared on the gravestone with the location of the Mythic Dawn's shrine marked on it. I need to find my way into the shrine and locate the Amulet of Kings. Alright, let's do it. I'm probably actually going to end the stream once we get there. But I'm going to kind of fuck around for a bit and just have some fun. Hopefully there'll be some shit to kill around here somewhere. There's something to do around here. I'm fucking tired as shit, Eggy. It's the weekend. Yeah. So we'll come back tomorrow strong. But, yeah, I'm fucking tired. I'm away for 3 days and you cuck out on me? Oh. We missed you, Eggy. I mean, somehow I summoned you. Because I was like, well, if Eggy's here, we can do the unpacking. And then you're like, I'm here. And then I'm like, alright, let's unpack. And we unpacked. Your mom. Ooh, what's that? I got shy in front of Essentia. Ooh woo. Oh, that's great. I would let her remove my eyes and use my sockets as a toilet. Gotta do what you gotta do to get her done. Nice. We're wrecking them. Okay, let's do this mine, because we haven't done, like, anything. So, here it is. What's your craziest shit you've seen at Walmart? Today, Eggy, today, I've heard some fucked up stories. Like, a chick who shit herself and walked through the entire, like an elderly woman shit herself and walked through the entire store like trailing shit behind her, and she was like fucking I'm just and like trailed shit because she was like dragging her feet. And it's like in the carpet, like fucking everywhere. I was like, that's fucked up. You learn how to lockpick, it's not that hard. I just don't understand what I'm doing wrong. I don't understand anything about lockpicking. Wait, can I not do anything in here? I need a key? Where the fuck is a key? Oh shit. Okay, there. No, wait. Gotta get a slow tumbler and only activate. I don't know what that means though, Levi. I don't know anything about lockpicking. Can I not? Is this just? Can I just not get through here? Speed of the tumblers is random. I don't know, but that was a really shitty cave. Looks like it's probably a dungeon for a quest. Yeah, probably. See, whenever I find something cool, I can never do it. I have I seriously really have a really big problem with that. But we're still gonna do a little bit more exploring. Knights of the Thorn Lodge. Ooh. Shit, don't die. Yeah, it seems like the only thing here is something that I can't do. I'm so sad. Oh, Barren Cave! I knew there had to be something around here. Problem with what, Itox-chan? Whenever I find... Like, I found the Oblivion gate, and then it disappeared. I found that dungeon, and I couldn't do it. Why is it all red? Oh, I'm not even on the right overlay. You guys gotta start telling me that I'm fucking retarded. Now I'm going the wrong way. Okay. Barren Cave. Here we go. Why is it all red? What do you mean red, Eggy? Weird red filter. Do you mean me glowing red? Because of my armor? The landscape looks red too. I mean, there's red grass. Or like whatever these weeds are. I don't know, I think maybe a sun effect? I'm not sure. Some sort of lighting thing? Okay, I think this is a real dungeon. Girl shat herself in the Walmart. Yes. An elderly lady. And just like kind of just walked through the entirety of it. Oh, fuck. Vampires. Oh no, not vampires. That is not happening. Fuck that.
That's kinda hot.
That's fucked up, Eggy.
You caught a vampire disease.
Did I? No, I didn't. That's a lie. He didn't infect me. There's no way he infected me. I'm safe. Right?
That right hook LMAO. Yeah, it said porphyritic vampirism or something.
No! No! That's bullshit. No, I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Wait, I can test. I can check, right?
Why is a vampire fishing lol?
Neck's bitten. Days as a vampire. Diseases contracted. Wait, what? No! I was trying so hard to avoid that. I'm loading my game. I'm not getting vampirism. It's so fucking annoying. Isn't the potion super annoying to get, Levi? And I have absolutely no idea how to get it. And isn't it expensive too? I'll just let this guy take care of it. Okay, well, if we get infected again... What the where did that guy come from? A little pricey. You could also just go to the temple.
What are you summoning?
Scamp.
Am I supposed to be impressed?
Just can't let him attack me.
That's awesome. Who was the guy in armor?
I have no idea.
Can you summon cooler shit as you level?
Yes. That's why I was like spamming leveling my conjuring skills. Although I don't know if it works the same as Skyrim, where every time you cast a conjuring spell, it increases your conjuring skill. I'm like literally killing myself from the fire and from jumping.
That's so cool. This game goes so hard.
Yup. Just do a little bit of kiting, no big deal.
Shame you can't co-op with Levi.
That would be fucking amazing.
Damn you.
Ah, shit, I shouldn't have jumped, whatever. Ooh,
I want to
yeah,
see
I'm
you
gonna,
1v1 Levi's Mega Orc.
Oh shit, I'm gonna fucking die.
I need your blood.
Oh shit! Ah! It's too close for comfort. Tired Chameleon, welcome, welcome. How's it going? Oh god! Oh no! He hit me! Fuck, 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 fuck. It didn't pop up, right? We're good, right? Okay, we killed him. Sweet. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? We contracted vampirism and then we had to load our game, so now we have to make sure we did not contract vampirism. Woo! Okay, we made it through, guys. Good times. Let's go deeper. We still got to do that, though. Just waking up? Ah, nice. Unfortunately, we are nearing the end of the stream, and this is the last dungeon that we're doing. I'm actually just going to save, because I don't want to have to fight that again. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, I know. Isn't that always how it goes? You know it's a good stream if you join and it's ending. Wait, did you just take him out? Damn, that scamp was OP. That guy was really fucking weak. See, guys, that's what we call subtext. It's been a fun one today in reacts or epicness. True. And we even wrote a couple scenes. Fleshed some stuff out. Fucking skeleton, where did you come from, buddy? Go home, motherfucker. So am I supposed to click? Like, I don't understand how this works. Looks like you're only getting slow tumblers. So push it up, then set it. Okay. Watch this be like a super huge fucking dungeon. Sometimes it clicks down faster or slower. Romanian simulator? What, she fucking healed herself? Fucking bitch. I will destroy your ass, ho. She got nothing on me, motherfucker.
I bet it's grippy.
Ooh. She does the Kegels in both holes. I mean, what? You know Kegels. Truly advanced warrior. How else are you supposed to exercise? Isn't that what you guys mean when you say exercise? Is Kegels? Exercise every day with your mom. Oh. Fuck. They're all mages. I gotta remember to save my game. Or I'm gonna get infected. Did he just heal himself like a little bitch?
You pathetic worm.
Cur, you fuck vamp. Oh no. I just got infected. I just got infected. Whatever. It is what it is. We'll have to make the potion and get, or like, how do we get rid of the vampirism?
It's an epic quest to fix it, apparently.
Yeah, like, I don't want to have to go through a bunch of shit. And I don't want to be locked out of, like, daytime travel. At least now I don't have to worry. She can be my dommy mommy, though. That's for sure. Any day of the week.
It requires rare ingredients, e.g., 5 empty grand soul gems, bloodgrass, garlic, nightshade, etc.
Can I just outright buy the potion? Is there any other things? Like, Levi said going to the temple. What does he mean by going to the temple? Is there another way to remove it? Okay, so I've been here. I think that was the boss.
If you buy the soul gems, 1,000 to 2,500 gold plus the 500 gold fee total, approximately 1,500 to 3,000 gold, depending on how much you buy versus find.
Praying at the temple cures diseases. Where's the temple, Levi? I think I'm done here. I think we finished this. So this is a dead end, right?
You can pray at any chapel altar, e.g., in Anvil, Skingrad, etc., to cure porphyric hemophilia, as long as your infamy is low and you aren't a full vampire yet.
Okay, let's go do that right now before I forget. And then we'll end it there. I think that's a good end. Curing vampirism.
Reminds me of my attempts to pray the gay away.
Okay, where do I go in Skingrad? Yeah, but is that west, east, or castle? I don't think the castle... Okay, this looks like this is clearly the wrong way.
Enter Skingrad through the main gate. 2. Head right, east, across the bridge into the chapel district. 3. You'll see a large chapel building. That's the chapel of Giuliano's. 4. The altar is inside, where you can pray to cure diseases, if you're still...
Over here!
Is this it?
Have mercy. Just one coin.
Yes,
How do you do?
We need to talk.
Ah. We found it.
Hi there.
Hello.
Yes. Okay. That'll do. Okay, and then we'll travel back there, and then tomorrow we will do the next part of the quest.
Me children.
We can start off at the Desolate Mine. And we can just go chill outside this area. I don't want to go too close, so I don't know if it's gonna like activate something. So I'm just gonna chill here. But hey, we had a good day, guys. You know, it is what it is. It's the weekend now, so only flush paper in this toilet, then what am I gonna do with all this shit? True, Eggy. True. Anyways, remember guys, thanks for sticking around. You are the best. Never forget that. Never change who you are. Just change what you do and how you present yourself. But to your core, stay true, my friends. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, let's find someone to raid! Oh, we raiding today! We're raiding today! We're raiding today! We're raiding today! Did Muff appear today? No, I have not seen Muffin at all today. I was wondering if he was streaming, and then I was wondering if he was going to raid, and I'm wondering if he's still streaming. Actually, I should check and see. Does not appear that he is live. So we just picked this random guy. Alright guys, you got a new one.